is the picture that he showed on the screen. It's a deity El, the god El. Pay attention to the crown or the headdress, if you will. This is a picture from the front of the same statue, a little closer, and a little bit from the side here. Now, this headdress is actually the atef crown. If you go on Webster's online dictionary, that's what it says. Atef is the specific feathered white crown of the Egyptian deity Osiris. It combines the head jet, the crown of Upper Egypt, with red ostrich feather for the Osiris cult. The Atef crown identifies Osiris in ancient Egyptian painting. If you go to Webster's dictionary, Merriam-Webster, it says Atef, hold on, a tall crown with a long feather on each side, shown in the art of ancient Upper Egypt as worn by Osiris. Okay? Here you can see Osar or Osiris with the Atef crown. This is from the papyrus of Nebket. It's actually in the Louvre Museum, and you can see me filming that papyrus on the video entitled Reality Check. Why black people ain't going nowhere. But you might as well put Afro Style Reality Check. It's going to come up. And in here, it's also from the Louvre Museum. You have Osiris in the middle with the Atef crown, and the description for it. If you go on the website of the Louvre Museum and you type Royal and Divine Triad, you can do a search and you will see they mention that he is actually wearing the Atef crown. Now, finally, you can compare the crowns. Okay, first you have the god of the Arabs Negroes, which first is El, but somehow, some way becomes Allah. But that's up to y'all. That's up to the doctor. And then you have the one that I showed you, Osiris. Then again, from the front, compared with another statue of Osiris, and then finally the same statue from another angle.
Biblical king's seal discovered in dump site. This is the royal seal of the king Hezekiah, and here we have an ankh. And finally, last but not least, you need to see it to believe it. The God of the Bible, El, slept in his own dung and urine. This is Ugaritic Narrative Poetry, page 195. And we also have this book here, the Masriya in the Prophetic Literature, where it clearly says that El floundered in his own feces and urine. So, I'm going to go to, yeah, you can see her. Now, you do have the subtitle, which is not from YouTube because YouTube has a subtitle option. It is actually from the British Museum's, whoever was in charge of the, but don't rely on it because it takes time, it's, but anyway, it looks like somebody did it in real time, with the device or whatever it is. So I'm going to mute my mic and I'm going to play.
Administrative details were relied on a segment. Hieroglyphs have always intrigued people as this witness of an ancient civilization. Every aspect of Egyptian culture, its religious practice, monumental buildings, administrative details were relied on a system of writing that developed around 3250 BC. That is a very long time ago. But their picture-like nature revealed, or sorry, hid the fact that they represented a complex spoken language. This spoken language lived on until the 15th century, 16th century, and actually in a way still until present day, because it's still used in the Coptic Church. And this makes it one of history's longest surviving spoken languages.
Brothers and sisters, do you realize what you've just heard from a PhD that works at the British Museum? Now, if some of you don't know what the British Museum is, and feel free to go online and or Wikipedia and find out. You will see it's one of the most famous museums in the world. Probably one of the largest museum in the world as well, but definitely one of the most famous one. Now, as she continues, you see this? See this artifact? Now, to me, it looks like a reproduction. It doesn't look like an original. But that's a British Museum. And this individual here, this pharaoh, oh, let me pause it. Does it look like he's from Sweden? Or from Denmark? It might be small, like here, right here. There. Does it look like he's from Sweden or Denmark? Or Spain or Italy? But anyway, you've heard what she said. I've actually typed, I've shared that part in my YouTube timeline and even on Twitter. But on Twitter, I had to make it shorter because you're limited. Now let's see if it all fits. It will not all fit. I don't think it will all fit. Yeah. So it's in two parts. That's the top part. Dr. Ilonga Brigorski, PhD and curator at the British Museum, speaking on the hieroglyphs, she said that it is a system of writing that developed around 3250 BC, 3250 BC, 3200 BC. That's 5,000 years ago. That's 5,250 years ago. That's way back. That's back in the day. And she even added, she stressed that that is a very long time ago. But the picture, like nature, hid the fact that they represented a complex spoken language. This spoken language lived on until the 15th, 16th century, and actually, in a way, still until present day, because it's still used in the Coptic Church. And this makes it one of history's longest surviving spoken languages. I know some of you brothers and sisters, when a black person say, you don't believe it. You won't admit it, but I know. And this makes it one of history's longest surviving spoken languages. But Pookie on the corner said, I don't understand it. It hasn't been deciphered. And people like Pookie, so they repeat what Pookie say. And one repeats it, urban legend, blah, blah, blah. He did the work. He came up with these arguments. And all the PhDs in the world, they are dead wrong. All the Egyptologists in the world, they are dead wrong. All the linguists in the world, they are dead wrong because Pookie said so. That's bars already. Bars. Makes this. Now, first she said complex spoken language. And this makes it one of history's longest surviving spoken languages. But we have some people say, oh, we can't speak Imagination. We have Old English, do we? Who speaks Old English? You ever went to the street and heard, you go to the corner store and the cashier says, thou hast forgotten, thou hast dropped thy monies. You don't hear that. Hotep Senuhena Senut Itiren Ishakan Dugu Kemet. I hope you're doing well. Today is Sunday, January 15. The title of this video is Jabari heard a voice. You mean just like Elijah Muhammad? Then in parenthesis, tap dancing for Jesus. What you have in parenthesis was the original title of this live stream, but then I thought, you know what, hey, we're gonna get thorough with this. So I want to check the sound first. Good. Sound is great. So some of you might have heard this claim, this accusation that Jabari, well, actually, people have been saying that Jabari Osase spoke to a mommy first. That was the lie that was spread. Then several people have pointed out that it is not correct, it is not accurate, that it's a lie. So now they are sticking to he heard a voice. And they are making fun of him. They are making mockery of him. So what we're going to do is very simple. We're going to document the fact that Elijah Muhammad heard a voice as well, but they don't say anything, which shows that they are groupie cheerleaders. If you condemn somebody for doing something, but you don't condemn another person for doing the same thing, most likely you are a groupie. And I said that years ago. But you have some grown men who are special, they are strange. Now, for the record, only members can post in the chat. If you want to become a member, if you just look at the video, next to the username, forever, you have a button that says join. It is $3 a month, and that's $36 a year. All right. So I will document that. And from now on, brothers and sisters, every time somebody's going to try to make fun of you because you are following Kemet or Ma'at, and they will tell you, well, this guy, he said he heard a voice, then you can get back at them. You mean just like Elijah Muhammad? The hypocrisy is going to stop now. All right, so it's 2023. The group is going to have to step out the way. All right. Now, I'm going to show you Elijah Muhammad. Hearing a voice. And you know what? I'm going to change my mind. I want to see what people say. I want to see. I want to hear the reaction. I want to read the reaction because I'm not going to share the comment link anyway. There will be a live stream later on. It's early in the morning in New York anyway, and there will be a live stream at 4 p.m. EST. That's New York time. So I'm going to make an exception and allow people to post in the chat. And that's anyone. You don't even have to be a subscriber. Everybody can post in the chat. Here it is. So this is taken from a book. I could say authored by Elijah Muhammad. It comes from MEMS Publishing or MEMS Publication. Messenger, Elijah Muhammad Propagation Society. So far, they are the one who had the copyright on Message to the Black Man in America, at some point anyway. So this is what Elijah Muhammad said. during an interview. You can see that he was asked a question. Hold on. I'm gonna close the door over there. It's a bit loud. So Elijah Muhammad was asked in the book called 100 Answers to the Most Uncommon 100 Questions. This is an excerpt from an interview that Elijah Muhammad gave. The question was, did you yourself speak to God? Elijah Muhammad replied, yes, I thought I was speaking to him ever since I was born. So here not only we'll find out that he was hearing voices, but he also spoke to God. All the groupie grown men cheerleader that you have ever heard making fun at Jabari Osaze, and by extension, making fun of Kemetic people, bring that to this grown man groupies. That's a get back here. That's a clap back. You're gonna watch some grown men turn into little kids. You're gonna watch some grown men turn into some yelled. For those who followed yesterday, they are groupies. They are cheerleaders. They are female cats. So he replied, Elijah Muhammad replied, I thought I was speaking to him ever since I was born, but I didn't know him. I was blinded to the knowledge of him. So he came to me and made himself known to me. Next question. I would like to ask a religious question. Do you have visions? Elijah Muhammad replied, I do not say really have visions, but I do have voices at times. Question. Are you talking about Mr. Fard? Elijah Muhammad replied, It was him that I have learned all. It was him that I have learned all that I am now teaching. I do not know anything of myself. It is what he has given me. Question. Is it his voice that you hear in visions now? Elijah Muhammad replied, It is the same voice. What did he reply? It is the same voice. In the past and at present, I have not had to go into such things as fasting and praying that I hear him. It is just so. Just like something happens all of a sudden out of a blue sky, like thunder. Question. All these 40 years, this goes on periodically? Elijah Muhammad replied, Yes, I have had him speaking to me in my ears now, in person. Yes. There does not pass a year that I do not hear his voice sometime in that year. Where are the groupie grown men cheerleader? Where are the groupie grown men cheerleaders? Where are they now? Jabari talked about one experience where he said that he thought he heard the spirit of blah blah blah. Compared to Elijah Muhammad, who says that there does not pass a year. It's yearly. It's a subscription. Yearly. Yearly. Where are the grown men groupie cheerleaders? Are they going to be quiet now? They are going to be quiet now, aren't they? Now, he's not the only one, is he? He's not the only one. Who's the other one? Who's the other one? I'm going to share the link in the chat. Who's the other one? Who's the other one? Acts 9, King James Version. Saul, later known as Paul. And Saul, yet breathing out threatenings and slaughter against the disciples of the Lord, went unto the high priest and desired of him letters to Damascus, to the synagogues, that if he found any of this way, whether they were men or women, he might bring them bound unto Jerusalem. And as he journeyed, he came near Damascus, and suddenly there shined round about him a light from heaven. A light from where? A light from heaven. So if this is like a, some of this religious organization, with this small passage that you see on the screen, they will stretch it for half an hour to 45 minutes, maybe an hour, putting emphasis and repeating and bear with me 1 second. Let's continue. And he fell to the earth and heard, hold on. And as he journeyed, he came near Damascus. No, I've read that already. And suddenly there shined round about him a light from heaven. Just continue. And he fell to the earth and heard a voice saying unto him, Saul, Saul, why persecutest thou me? And he said, Who art thou, Lord? And the Lord said, I am Jesus, whom thou persecutest. It is hard for thee to kick against the pricks. And he, trembling and astonished, said, Lord, what wilt thou have me to do? And the Lord said unto him, Arise and go to the city, and it shall be told thee what thou must do. And the men which journeyed with him stood speechless, hearing a voice, but seeing no man. Now you see, I never really paid attention to that detail, because obviously the Bible tells us that it was not only Paul who heard the voice, it was not only Saul who heard the voice, but other men also heard the voice. And they were speechless. They heard the voice, but they saw no man. And Saul arose from the earth, and when his eyes were open, he saw no man. But they led him by the hand and brought him into Damascus. And he was there, and he was 3 days without sight, and neither did eat nor drink. He spent 3 days without eating and without drinking. Now, this was a KJV. We're going to do the New International Version. It's the version by default on that website, Bible Getaway. Because, we heard those grown men, they have issues with the English language. So this old English might be a bit challenging for them. So we're going to make it easy. All right? Okay, sharing property. Meanwhile, Saul was still breathing out murderous threats against the Lord's disciples. He went to the high priest and asked him for letters to the synagogues in Damascus, so that if he found any there who belonged to the way, whether men or women, he might take them as prisoners to Jerusalem. As he neared Damascus on his journey, suddenly a light from heaven flashed around him. He fell to the ground and heard a voice say to him, Saul, Saul, why do you persecute me? Who are you, Lord? Saul asked. I am Jesus, whom you are persecuting. He replied, Now get up and go into the city, and you will be told what you must do. The men traveling with Saul stood there speechless. They heard the sound but did not see anyone. Saul got up from the ground, but when he opened his eyes, he could see nothing. So they led him by the hand into Damascus. For 3 days he was blind and did not eat or drink anything. So you've heard it. Bear with me just one moment. We have J Vision in the place to be. So we've heard those Christian apologists. Some argue for the historicity of Jesus. Others say that they don't believe he existed, but they believe that Paul existed. But they don't make fun of Paul. They don't make fun of Jesus. They don't make fun of these stories where we hear about people having visions. They don't make fun of Elijah Muhammad or Nation of Islam members because Elijah Muhammad said that he heard a voice and not a year passed without him hearing that voice. Now, that was the first version that I read. That was King James Version, right? So here, because they also like to make fun of people who follow Ma'at, of people who follow Kemet, because they would talk about the contendings of Horus and Set and try to imply that homosexuality was something normally practiced in Kemet. But yet, we're talking about the King James Version of the Bible. And this article here is the personal relationships of James. Now, when it just right from the get-go, the first sentence of this article on Wikipedia, it says the personal relationships of James included relationships with his male courtiers. So first, we have Esme Stewart. So that was one of the dude. We even have a portrait of him, though it's posthumous. The Duke of Lennox. I ain't gonna read the whole thing. Then we have Robert Carr, first Earl of Somerset. Second dude. Then we have George Villiers, first Duke of Buckingham. Third dude. I mean, how many do you need? How many do you need? We're going to stop the madness, man. We're going to stop the double standard. Now that this is out of the way, we have this cult. We have this cult. And they act like they don't know.
We need to
When you
put all
say
these clowns to the side.
when you say you believe that, you mean you believe that he has a bachelor's degree in history?
Oh no, I know he don't have one.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm saying I
But
believe what you said.
oh, okay. So you actually know Garfield personally, do you?
Yeah, he was actually Garfield was with us in Team Osiris for a minute.
Okay,
And he
okay.
left. Yeah, yep.
Mm.
Did y'all know that? Yeah, Garfield was in Team Osiris for a minute. I'm a Raw
So
Squad ain't want him.
so Brother Onk is very close to Garfield. Do you think Onk knows that Garfield doesn't have a bachelor's degree in history?
Ankh knows everything. These guys sat on the phone with me for 3 hours because I was really like destroying everything. They were like, yo, man, like you're destroying everything we built. I'm like, but I'm telling the truth though. They know that. Y'all know that. Y'all called me on the phone, and that's the same phone conversation when you guys wanted me to debate Sanjetti and take his place on the team. Same conversation. And then that same day or the next day, y'all made a 5-hour video about me. Who does that? Y'all don't got jobs?
So, brothers and sisters, we have the brother Chris who says that Ankh knows everything. He knows that Garfield doesn't have a
You know
bachelor's degree.
everything, man.
So, Ankh, I wonder why. And I made a video asking why you're defending a cult.
Let me say this real
Now
quick.
I'm asking, yeah, go ahead.
You can't get on the team without Ankh. Ankh's the gatekeeper to Amara Squad. You can't get in without Ankh. I don't know how they're doing now because, like I said, I separated myself. I don't know what they're doing, but I know back then Ankh was the gatekeeper.
So, Ankh, why do you cap for Garfield? Why do you support his lies? We have a whole community looking, Ankh. Why?
And y'all got us looking stupid as black people. You already know the world don't like us anyway. And y'all giving them extra reasons to not like us. And it's people like us that we feel like we going crazy and we're telling the truth. And y'all lying to the whole world.
He's not the only one who stated that Garfield doesn't have a bachelor's degree in history. And I want you to understand, I'm not focused on Garfield. I'm focused on the cult. It's not just one, man. Garfield is a neophyte. He's known as the man who almost debated Jabari.
See, I've been real nice towards you, dog. You ain't even got a bachelor's. I dare you to come forward now, my nigga, and show everybody that fake-ass bachelor's degree that you showed me, or I'll bring it forth. You don't have a bachelor's degree, my nigga. I cap for your ass over there on Brother Shaka's channel, but I won't cap for your ass no more.
So for those who haven't heard him say that he has a bachelor's degree in history, I'm going to play it in a few seconds. Hold on. I'm going to put that. Yeah, here's okay. I'm going to put it here. And then, because people want to control the narrative, they want to tell us what is worthy of attention and what is not worthy of attention. They want to tell us what is information and what is not information. So when Jabari says publicly that he thought he heard the spirit or something like that, everybody and their mama who is tap dancing for Jesus want to criticize Jabari for that. But when Garfield makes public statements, we have a crew of grown men groupies who are copying for him. Did he pay them? Why are they tap dancing for Jesus? Because Garfield is obviously a Christian apologist, so he must have got that paper. How did he manage to pay Richard Carrier and all these scholars that got on his platform? Because when it's time to demonstrate that he had a degree, to show and prove that he had a degree, he sends an invoice for $1,800. So let's hear him.
So, but why is the Hebrew? I don't talk about the NOI, but I talk about the Black Hebrew Israelites because, all right, my mom is a history teacher.
Okay.
I love history. I have a bachelor's degree in history.
Okay.
So history is nothing new to me. That's what I do. Now, I'm not a scholar, but I'm the closest thing the conscious community might have as far as a scholar when it comes to history and the Bible.
Now, Wab Funk wrote, Garfield still crying on Smash Rockwell. Unbelievable. Well, I stopped listening to Garfield a while back. So if people, a while ago, let's say, if he hollers, if he mentions me, then feel free to let me know the timestamp, Now, here, you're going to listen to Garfield stating that he received millions of dollars. This timestamp where you can hear the dude claiming that he was once a millionaire, that's minute 9 and second 23. Let's listen up.
But this was like 15 years ago. So he cleaned my credit. My sister had passed. And I said, you know what? Before I spend all this money, she left me like a couple million. So and literally.
You said somebody left you a couple of $1 million?
Yeah, my sister when she died.
Oh,
so
you know we cousins. You know we cousins, right?
All the time.
Go ahead.
So hold on, I'll be back because some of you might have missed it, but he said literally.
Since I've been a part of this conscious community, sexual misconduct has been condemned and vilified almost unanimously. We saw the rise and fall of Dr. York. We had Hebrew Israelite, the brother by the name of Mighty Hebrew. He was convicted, I think, twice for sexual behavior against minors. He was widely condemned by the Hebrew Israelite community, but apparently forgiven by the Israelites, because I see him all over the place right now on everybody's channel. Another brother by the name of Nazi Yashavel, another Israelite, also involved in sexual misconduct with a minor. We have no idea where this brother is, but he's been sheltered somewhere by an Israelite group.
Now all the grown men groupies who are capping for Garfield, they don't say anything about these people touching on babies, which I think is strange. They might be part of the same team, and sometimes people go hard for their crews. But let's go back to the $1 million. This timestamp where you can hear the dude claiming that he was once a millionaire, that's minute 9 and second 23. Let's listen up.
But this was like 15 years ago. So he cleaned my credit. My sister had passed. And I said, you know what? Before I spend all this money, she left me like a couple million. So, and literally.
You said somebody left you a couple of $1 million?
Yeah, my sister when she died.
Oh,
so
you know we cousins. You know.
You heard it? Because yesterday, and people have the right to defend the dude if they are friends with him, but don't take us for idiots in the process. Yesterday, somebody, well, actually, 2 people maybe in the chat wrote, well, maybe they were Jamaican dollars. At the time of the interview, they were both residing in the United States, and they are still both residing in the United States. And when I say both, I'm talking about the interviewer and the female cat, track star, track field. So there's no way you will talk about another currency. And for the record, the interviewer, Dougie Diamonds, asked, hold on, you mean couple of $1 million? But even before the guy asked for clarification, Trackfield said literally. So now what? They're going to try to act like it was a metaphor now? They're going to hit us with a metaphor excuse? Then somebody who's close to Garfield called on the panel, and when I brought up the fact that Garfield sent an invoice for $1,800 to show that he has a degree, Garfield's defender said, well, take him up on it. Take him up on it. So we're supposed to pay $1,800, and people are going to say we're not witnessing a cult-like activity? Why are they all capping for Garfield, who has a track record for lying? But yet they want to make fun of Kemetic people. They want to make fun of people who follow Kemet. They want to make fun of people who follow Ma'at. Now, some of you may have not seen the invoice. Let me show it to you. Here is the invoice. Here is the invoice. You see that? $1,800. For what? 1 degree. This is what Garfield has sent to someone. And for those who don't know, he said live on his live stream that people will have to pay him to show his degree. He said he would charge people. He didn't say the amount, though. He was probably not expecting that somebody will send him a message and say, okay, how much should I pay to see the degree? So what did he do? He put that amount of money, $1,800, $1,800, knowing damn well that nobody in their right mind will pay him that much money to receive a Photoshop job. And probably if somebody would have paid that much money, he would have sent the degree without the school appearing, because everybody knows that it can be verified if we know which school it is. So why are all these grown men capping for the dude? There's a reason. We have some people tap dancing for Jesus because he's a Christian apologist. Do you think the Christians don't have that paper? Let me see the comments. Wab Funk wrote, literally. Now, J Vision wrote, millions in Jamaica, not millions in US. I don't understand what you mean. Are you saying that Trackfield talked about million Jamaican dollars? Where do you get that from? Did he say Jamaican dollars? How do you know? Just please be clear. And it's okay if you agree with the dude, you know, you have the right to. But if you have some info that we don't have, because obviously we have, if it's Jamaican dollars, then we have hearing issues or understanding issues. You know, just like some people who make translation of biblical words, and all the scholars of the Bible, all the biblical translations are wrong. Just because one guy says so. It's a new thing now. It's only in the black conscious community though, where you have one dude who's correct and everybody else is wrong. Now, he was advertising his credit repair business with a lie. Sounds good when you say, well, you know, I got, you know, a couple of $1 million, I do business. Notice though, first he started saying he cleaned my credit, then he moved to the $1 million. Now, some of you may have missed that. This timestamp where you can hear the dude claiming that he was once a millionaire, that's minute 9 and second 23. Let's listen up.
But this was like 15 years ago. So he cleaned my credit. My sister had passed. And I said, you know what? Before I spend all.
But anyway. Yes, for Photoshop piece of paper. We have Pan-African James in the place to be. What up, though? No, he was misleading people, not thinking people will research his BS. So, I went on Saneda Studios. I gave everybody a piece of the action. But it was December 7, 2022. It was over a month ago. I'm going to give you the link for those who have missed it. All the Hebrew Israelites were in their feelings. They were not used to somebody asking, can you prove what you're saying? They live in a world where they just make statements. If somebody doesn't believe them, they might raise their voice and the people go, okay, you're right, brother. But not everybody's built like that. So here in the chat, you have it. All right? So just so you can see the date, I did not choose the title. Saneda chose the title after he read a comment. Right? Here, this is Mighty Hebrew who came on, complaining, saying that when we talk about people, they should be present. But when Garfield talked about the sexual misconduct, the guy wasn't there. And Garfield called earlier because that same guy called him to say, somebody's talking about you. So it looks like the crew is deep. The crew is international. So the title here, let me see how okay. So you see the title says, Shakan Dugu Kemet, Ma'afwava, we want all the smoke. Dr. Reggie Garfield and Hebrews. Don't you remember that Trackfield used to say, I want all the smoke? So many times he put that in his channel. But when I was talking about his degree, he called on my live stream and on my platform and said, what is the purpose? What are you doing this? Damn. So you go from, I want all the smoke to, what are you doing this? What do you make this live stream? What are you talking about my degree? It's my degree. It's my private business, my personal thing. But anyway, I'm going to continue. People are going to say I'm making fun of my Jamaican people. And, you know, people know that I don't have a problem with Jamaicans at all. I live with Jamaicans for a few years. Among Jamaicans for a few years. And I could say even more, but, you know, that's besides the point. So, You see the date here? December 7, 2022. And some people just woke up yesterday. Some people just woke up yesterday. I was there a month ago, and some people act like, oh, you don't want that smoke. Because I called out some people a year ago. They didn't want it, but now all of a sudden they want it. Why are they tap dancing for Jesus? I think it might be the money. Hate can be a great motivation for some people. And we have some guys who are extremely jealous. The status quo so far have been the control of the Abrahamic believers. They're not used to people who are not Abrahamic being on top of things. So they are doing everything in their power to try to break that situation. But for the tap dancers for Jesus, there's probably more than jealousy, because all those guys, you notice, I haven't said anything about misconduct. And now what they are trying to do with the narrative is that now the degree all of a sudden is a personal business, it's a private business. But he stated that publicly, just like Jabari talked publicly, thinking that he had thinking that the spirit of somebody said something to him. Now they don't say it's private, it's personal. They don't say that. They make mockery of that. So how come we have that double standard? When Jabari make public statements, they talk about it, they make fun of it, and it's all good. But when Trockfield says publicly that he received a couple of $1 million, when he says that he has a bachelor's degree in history and he doesn't want to show it, and two people said that it was different fields. Now, some of you may have missed that because you don't have all the people every time at every minute of your live stream, right? I mean, I could play it, but I think I have the short version here already. Let me see. Just like you have some other dudes who say that they have studied physics and linguistics, and the linguistics is formally, they have the same habits. They just lie and hope that nobody will catch them in their lies.
Between a law in linguistics and a law, for example, physics, is that with a law.
Are you a physicist? Do you study physics, for example?
I do study physics and I study science. And so,
okay. Have you studied linguistics formally?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
I getting out the shower. Hey, he just.
It's okay. I've played it before. I've played it before. But Chef said that he saw Garfield's degree, and it was not Garfield's name. It was not Garfield Reed. Chris MVP Harris said that he saw the degree, and when I said this, he saw them, Garfield showed them. So Garfield showed the degree to Chef and L, and it was not Garfield Reed's name. Actually, Chef said that, Garfield Reed is his social media name, but he's doing business under his social media name. And Chris MVP Harris said that the degree that Garfield showed him had the name Garfield Reed. So obviously, maybe everybody's lying, but Trockfield. But obviously, Trockfield sent two different degrees. One degree to Chef and a different degree to Chris MVP Harris. And the field on the degree that he showed to Chris was different. But you know what? I'm going to play it because some people are going to say I'm making that up. So I'm going to play it. And I'm going to have to upload. I'm going to have to upload so I don't have to go and look for the video every time. Because now the $1 million, I don't have to look for it anymore. I've uploaded it. So every time those people are trying to defend falsehood, it backfires at them. You see? Because now $1 million, look. This timestamp where you can hear the dude claiming that he was once a millionaire, that's minute 9 and second 23. Let's listen up.
But this was like 15 years ago. So he cleaned my credit. My sister had passed. And I said, you know what? Before I spend all this money, she left me like a couple million. So, and literally.
You said somebody left you a couple of $1 million?
Yeah, my sister when she died.
Oh,
so
we cousins. We cousins, right?
All the time.
Go ahead.
So now I'm going to share the link, and I'll definitely have to take the clip of this part. So every time I have it handy. I'm going to share the link and I'm going to play it. So here's the link. And now let me share the video. The title of the video is Bachelor's Degree in History. Can we see it? In parentheses, Garfield came and maintained his statement. Now let's listen to Chef. You said maybe he was playing.
Yeah, I said maybe he was playing. And also that I'm, you know what I'm saying? But it is what it is. What's that? So when people call me police, I take offense to that and I go right to the mother card. Now, do I know people mothers? Nah, I really don't. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is. What's up, Chef Mel? Pseudo Killer? What's up, bro? How you doing, man?
What's up, Chef?
What's going on, y'all? American Dream is in the chat giving me help. He keeps saying that I'm protecting Garfield. Like, I don't know where he get and you mentioned that too, Shaka, that we protecting Garfield.
You said maybe he was playing.
Yeah, I said maybe he was playing. And also that pseudo killers just don't go after a person because they lied. We pseudo killers. We go after pseudos. Just because you lie don't make you a pseudo. That just makes you a lie dishonest person. A pseudo is a person who put forth an unsubstantiated claim and stand on that shit and promotes false information. That's a pseudo. So I don't think Garfield do that. You dig what I'm saying? But I will say, researching Garfield's name, Garfield then said, I've been watching him for a couple years. He says that Garfield Reed is not his real name. So you're not going to find his degree under his name. That is his social media name that he's using, Garfield Reed. That's point one. Point two, I think Garfield got a degree, and I think the name issue, he don't tell people his real name, and he showed me his degree. So for me, it's over. He's not gonna show y'all his real name. You dig what I'm saying? So y'all can just keep on with that. Some people gotta protect their name and their family. So
I'm sorry, brother. Did you say that Garfield showed you his degree?
Yes, he did.
And was it a bachelor's degree in history?
Yes, it was.
Oh.
So
now, hold on. Which university was it from?
Look, I'm not gonna put all his information out there. If he wanna show y'all, he can. I'm saying I seen it. So it's over for me. It's a funny joke. We can keep on with it, and I keep on with the jokes in the comment. But for me, it's settled.
Because and do you believe it was a genuine degree?
Yeah, I don't think he would go. I don't think he would go through all that to lie to me. You feel me? I just don't do it.
Degree. A 2-year degree at that.
Now, some people in the chat said that the bachelor's is like more than 2 years. Like,
no, a bachelor's is 4 years, a 4-year degree.
Yeah, you're right. It's 4 years. Yeah.
No,
it's bachelor's. What is it?
A bachelor is a 4-year degree.
What's a 2-year degree?
Associates. Associates is 2 years.
Okay, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Chris, you're frozen right now.
Yeah, bachelor's 4 years. Hey, real quick, Garfield just called me. Okay, am I still frozen?
No, now it's okay. Now you're good.
Yeah, what's up?
All right, cool. I just got off the phone with Garfield. I told him to stop on by. He said he saw your email, and he did show me a degree. All right, and Garfield Reed's name was on the degree, and it said social sciences. So he has a degree in social sciences. That's what it said. So that name Garfield Reed was on there, but I did not see, because he had his ID covering up the name of the college. There was his ID covering up the name of the college. So maybe he trying to protect it. I don't know.
Yeah, but social sciences, mostly all degrees in those fields are social science degrees.
Wait, I would like to speak, brothers. I would like to speak now. Sheffrin said that Garfield showed him a bachelor's degree in history. Brother Chris said that
it says social sciences. It says social sciences.
That's what those degrees are under. Look it up.
No, that's not how. No, Chef, I know what you're saying.
Right.
Yeah, but when you receive a degree, you get a minor and a major, and it's gonna say bachelor's in science,
a bachelor's in history or a bachelor's in whatever major you in, because that's what those 60 credits are accredited for.
Oh, okay.
But I'm not saying that he's not educated. You know what I'm saying? It just it's cool. It's cool. I mean, like I said, Garfield's an intelligent person. All right, you know what I'm saying? He's an intelligent person.
I'm on the highway. When it flashed, I looked at it. I said, "All right, cool. I can roll with it."
That's how I took it too, Chef. That's how I took it too. You know, I getting out the shower. Hey, he just hit me up. I told him to stop on by and deal with your chakra. So you know.
Yeah. So with Photoshop, people can do wonders. But now,
Garfield gonna come by and deal with this man.
Now, it looks like Garfield has the first ever transformer degree.
I ain't gonna get you, boy. You gonna get you.
One side is one degree.
The American dream.
And the other side is another degree with another field. He has a double degree.
All right, hey, he just sent me the screenshot. Hold on, he just sent me the screenshot. Let me come here through my computer before Garfield come on and do some Wu-Tang on your ass, Shaka.
Oh, Garfield. Gotta love Garfield. Gotta love him, man.
I'm about to come into my computer right quick.
I mean, everybody's speaking for Trackfield. Traffic came on my platform. What did he say? I shared the link in the chat. You have it there. You can have a look if you're interested. He said, I will do a private stream and show you my degree. I said, I don't do the private stuff. You see? Wapfong wrote, come on, man, that was hilarious. But a few days after that, like a week or two after that, Gaffy was trying to act, try to act sweet. I mean, Trackfield, I have to take the habit of, Trackfield, trying to, being disrespectful towards Chris, condescending towards Chris. So what did Chris say?
See, I've been real nice towards you, dog. You ain't even got a bachelor's. I dare you to come forward now, my nigga, and show everybody that fake ass bachelor's degree that you showed me, or I'll bring it forth. You don't have a bachelor's degree, my nigga. I cap for your ass over there on Brother Shaka's channel, but I won't cap for your ass no more.
So we're supposed to take somebody serious who's lying about his name, lying about his degree, lying about his financial status. But all the information that he talks about, we're supposed to take it serious. I mean, I don't know what's going on in their mind, in their brain. Maybe because they have Reggie, who is known in the community, and Brother Unc, who is known in the community, and they feel like, okay, they are on our side, so everybody else got to be on our side. I'm not capping for serial liars. I am not. So those people are capping so hard to the point where they will insult you for a dude. Everybody else, well, maybe he was joking. Maybe it's Jamaican dollars. Maybe. How many people just show the degree on the screen? But he can't do that. But we are wrong, though. I am wrong. I am invading his privacy. That's the narrative. I am invading his intimate life. Things that he spoke about publicly. But when it's time to make fun of Jabari, they don't have a problem with that. So some people will be like, oh, I don't care about this internet beef. So if we question public statements, it's internet beef now. You see the narrative that they try to put? You see the narrative that they are trying to pull? Now, Goodfellow Nella wrote peace in Good Morning. Wab Fong wrote correct. The real Garfield Reed is Jamaican actor and football player. Tahaka wrote hello everyone. Mentuson wrote law. He laughing too much. I don't believe him. It's difficult to believe him. I mean, the way he was, Mentuson wrote, his degree is from Ali Muhammad University. Ali Muhammad showed a fake PhD degree with a spelling error. The community roasted him. But when it's Garfield, oh no, don't laugh. Don't laugh at Trackfield. Why are they tap dancing? Who paid them? The way they are copying, it looks like they got paid. Either they got paid with money, or I don't know how you say it in English, but sometimes you can get something in exchange. And since some of their associate is down with OnlyFans, I don't know. Maybe he has some, you know, some ladies on the stroll, and it's like, yeah, hey, I'm with her, but I ain't with her. If you know what I mean. I don't know. But why are they capping so hard? Why do we have that double standard? You hear them going, nature, making fun, laughing like suckers. Oh, making incantation. But we have Trackfield making up stuff as he goes. We have the gospel of Trackfield. In the gospel of Trackfield, he has a bachelor's degree in history that nobody has seen. It's not available for public record. They're going to wait 37 years and they're going to write, oh, I saw Garfield's degree Garfield's bachelor's degree in history. That's the testimony. It's reliable because I saw it, because I said so. They're going to wait 30 years. They're going to do like the gospel. It's a street version of Christianity. That's what they're going to do. Then 80 years from now, somebody's going to say, oh, I saw his bank account and I saw that it was a couple of $1 million. So my testimony is valid. Actually, it's not going to be it's going to be the children. It's going to say, my father said that he saw the bank statement and there was at least $2 million US. So Apostle Trackfield, Apostle Trackstar, Apostle Garbage Field was right. He said the truth. How far would this go, man? They are embarrassing themselves, man. They thought that their narrative was going to stand. But people are not stupid. This ain't Blog Talk Radio. We can share immediately. We can share immediately. Are you kidding me? We can share files for free. We can communicate so easily. Those guys are like, they're living in the 80s, man. Like it would take time, you know what I'm saying? In the 80s, we didn't have mobile phones. A lot of people did not even have house phones, landline in their house. So when somebody would tell a lie, it would take quite some time for people to evaluate if it is accurate or not. Now it's real quick now. How many people say, oh, I know guy from back in the day, he went to community college. He had a degree, but it wasn't a bachelor's degree in history. He just lied. But everybody is lying, but the Trackfield. Why are they capping for him? Did he pay them? I don't think he threatened them. I mean, he doesn't even look like he's built like that. But if you have money, you can pay some people. You know what I'm saying? Some people who are deep in the street, they'll offer protection. They'll offer services if you pay them. So I don't know. Maybe they're being threatened. Poor brothers. Maybe they're being threatened. They're scared. They're afraid for their lives. And they're like, damn, man. I don't know. But they are clearly capping and tap dancing for Jesus, because ultimately, who does it benefit? The Christians, Christian apologists. I mean, I don't know about y'all, but let me know. Let me know. Oh, I don't care about the internet beef, but they care about making fun of Jabari, though. That double standard. I don't accept that double standard. And don't nobody think that they're going to raise their voice or use profanity and I'm going to be like, oh, okay, I get it. I don't talk about it anymore. I'm shook. No. No, it doesn't work like that. It just doesn't work like that. Oh, I'm tired of hearing about that. But they're not tired of making fun of Jabari, are they? They're not tired of saying Kemet is dead. People say, oh, when we came on the ships to the Americas, we didn't come talking about the Medunecha. We didn't come talking about Kemet. We didn't come talking about the Necheru. Did we come talking about Far Muhammad? Did we come talking about Far Muhammad? Those whack talking points, man. And I mean, you guys are cool with that? It's time for the lames to step out the way, man. You cannot let lames take control. If you do that, then you're going to have lame rulers. It's a bad look if you have lame rulers. I mean, the people lying left and right to your face, and you still try to look for excuses. But a guy who follows Ma'at and Kemet, you're going to make fun of him. Why being cool with people who touch on babies? The future generation will look at this and be like, damn, those guys were lame, man. You know, those guys were lame. They're cool with child molesters, but they want to make fun of somebody for saying that he heard a voice, yet they praise other people who said that they heard a voice. So from now on, every time somebody brings up Jabari hearing a voice, then bring up Elijah Muhammad hearing a voice for years, yearly at least. They're going to be quiet with that now. They're going to move to something else. Just like when we established that Jabari never said that he spoke to a mommy, they stopped talking about that now. So we are correcting them. We are correcting them, and then they're looking for other ways to mock. So we're supposed to just sit down and let them, bang at Kemetic people and let them be happy doing so. We're not supposed to have any get back. Well, they are lying, capping for a non-liar, and being cool with child molesters. What is lower than a child molester? They might say a child murderer. Well, okay. Well, you have some child molesters because people did the worst to kill children. Remember when I spoke to that Hebrew Israelite guy and he tried to discommit? Oh, I'm not that evil. What you talking about? In the Bible, those children made fun of the prophet Elijah. Then 2 bears killed 40 children. Oh, well, the United States Army, they kill people. What does it have to do with anything? Is God, Yahweh, or El that send people, the U.S. Army, to kill people? And we don't just have. Okay, so what do we hear now? Oh, they were not children. Oh, so it's all good then. If they were adults, then it's all good, then is it? And you notice in the conversation, I tried to highlight that point. Even if they were not children. But that's all good. The mama. Now, how many people were killed when Moses spent time on Mount Sinai? That is 32. All right, we're going to do this now. People want to act like Kemet was so evil. Which verse is it? Tu vois? Tu vois ce que tu fais là? Tu vois ce que tu fais là? Tu vois ça? Tu vois ça? Tu vois comment tu casses ça? Va voir maman. Let's see how many people were murked on that day. All right, so we're going to read the story. Exodus 32. When the people saw that Moses was so long in coming down from the mountain, they gathered around Aaron and said, "Come, make us gods who will go before us. As for this fellow Moses who brought us up out of Egypt, we don't know what has happened to him." Aaron answered them, "Take off the gold earrings that your wives, your sons, and your daughters are wearing, and bring them to me." So all the people took off their earrings and brought them to Aaron. He took what they handed him and made it into an idol cast in the shape of a calf, fashioning it with a tool. Then they said, "These are your gods, Israel, who brought you up out of Egypt." When Aaron saw this, he built an altar in front of the calf and announced, "Tomorrow there will be a festival to the Lord." So the next day, the people rose early and sacrificed burnt offerings and presented fellowship offerings. Afterward, they sat down to eat and drink and got up to indulge in revelry. Then the Lord said to Moses, go down, because your people whom you brought up out of Egypt have become corrupt. They have been quick to turn away from what I commanded them, and have made themselves an idol cast in the shape of a calf. They have bowed down to it and sacrificed to it, and I've said, these are your gods, Israel, who brought you up out of Egypt. Interestingly, it says, these are your gods. But here it says an idol. So maybe gods is a translation of Elohim, because Elohim is plural, but they say it's a mark of respect. But anyway, that was just in passing. So we are still in Exodus 32, and now it's verse 9. I have seen these people, the Lord said to Moses, and they are stiff-necked people. Now leave me alone, so that my anger may burn against them, and that I may destroy them. Then I will make you into a great nation. But Moses sought the favor of the Lord his God. Lord, he said, why should your anger burn against your people, whom you brought out of Egypt with great power and a mighty hand? Why should the Egyptians say it was with evil intent that he brought them out, to kill them in the mountains and to wipe them off the face of the earth? Turn from your fierce anger, relent, and do not bring disaster on your people. Remember your servant Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, to whom you swore by your own self, I will make your descendants as numerous as the stars in the sky, and I will give your descendants all this land I promised them, and it will be their inheritance forever. Then the Lord relented and did not bring on his people the disaster he had threatened. Remember the translation where I showed you that Moses told God, repent. And he says, and God repented. Now that's bold. Now that's bold. Now, Moses turned and went down the mountain with the two tablets of the covenant lay in his hands. They were inscribed on both sides, front and back. The tablets were the work of God. The writing was the writing of God engraved on the tablets. When Joshua heard the noise of the people shouting, he said to Moses, there is a sound of war in the camp. Now, for the record, you know Joshua, some people tell you that it is Yeshua, the same name of the Christ, but that's just in passing. Moses replied, it is not the sound of victory. It is not the sound of defeat. It is the sound of singing that I hear. When Moses approached the camp and saw the calf and the dancing, his anger burned, and he threw the tablets out of his hand, breaking them into pieces at the foot of the mountain. And he took the calf the people had made and burned it in the fire. Then he ground it to powder, scattered it on the water, and made the Israelites drink it. He said to Aaron, what did these people do to you, that you led them into such great sin? Do not be angry, my Lord. He told him, my Lord. Aaron answered, you know how prone these people are to evil. I mean, Moses' brother said to Moses, you know how prone the Israelites are to evil. I mean, they already know the deal. They said to me, make us gods who will go before us. Make us gods, not one God, but gods. That's plural, but it's okay. Let's continue. As for this fellow Moses who brought us up out of Egypt, we don't know what has happened to him. So I told them, whoever has any gold jewelry, take it off. Then they gave me the gold, and I threw it in the fire, and out came this calf. Moses saw that the people were running wild, and that Aaron had let them get out of control, and so became a laughingstock to their enemies. So he stood at the entrance to the camp. Now, before I continue, here, Exodus 32, verse 25, it says, Moses saw that the people were running wild, and that Aaron had let them get out of control, and so become a laughingstock to their enemies. So we might be led to understand by that the enemies were watching all this and laughing. Look at this, man. Look at the calf. But anyway, that's in passing. Verse 26, so he stood at the entrance to the camp and said, whoever is for the Lord, come to me. And all the Levites rallied to him. Then he said, this is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. Each man strap a sword to his side. Go back and forth through the camp from one end to the other. each killing his brother and friend and neighbor. They kill their own brothers, they kill their own friends and their neighbors. The Levites did as Moses commanded, and that day about 3,000 of the people died. 3,000 up in this mofo. 3,000 up in this mofo. Now, the issue with Kemet, the Israelite dude, I don't even want to say his name like that. I mean, if he has a YouTube channel, please share it with me so we can see how many subscribers he has, how many views he has, because he's a lone wolf, I don't think many people want him on his team, on their team. But anyway, he was talking about hands and penises when I think actually it's the prepuce. I'm not sure if you call it that, but basically the end of the penis, the part that is cut during the circumcision. And that's in time of war. That's in time of war that they would do that. Remember when I was in Sanetta Studios, all those people crying over this Asiatic invaders talking about, oh my goodness, human rights violation. They didn't treat them well. Because indeed, when there's war and you win the war, you need to place people into 5-star hotel. And then we say, oh, he was a good opponent. But if you force people to work as a punishment, that is forced labor. They say, oh my goodness, what is slavery? And yet, not a single record. But here, was it war? 3,000 people in one day, just like that, man. Now, there's a story of, before I move to the story about David. Have you noticed here that when Moses said, whoever is for the Lord, come to me, and he says, and all the Levites rallied to him. That's where you can see that those people wrote after some fictional facts so they can be looking good. So it's safe to say that is the people who either consider themselves descendants of Levites or who consider themselves the Levites, or for whatever reason wanted the Levites to shine, and they said that just the Levites rallied to Moses. For a strange reason, we have 12 tribes, right? But it's only one tribe that rallied to Moses. So we have the story of David and Bathsheba. And so for those who don't know the story, she was bathing. He saw her bathing. He liked her. Called her to the palace. He hid it. Sent her back home. She was pregnant. But she was married. Adultery. So what did he do? He sends her husband Uriah, put him on the front line to make sure he dies. When he dies, he called for the chick to get home, and he gets to the chick. Now there's a prophet, thinks, what is it, Jonathan? Prophet said, you have done something horrible. Basically, to make the long story short, God said, because you have done this, the child will die. What did the child do? What did the child do? The innocent child. David fasted, pled with God, begged God. Child died anyway. But they want to talk about, Kemet being so evil. You guys are going to slow down, man. So, we have Spin Bear on the place to be, and Goodfella Nella Rochaka. I like how you handled Rabon. He was being very disrespectful against Sekou and Sanetta. It's clear he's dealing with that FBA movement. Now, I remember when Sekou was trying to talk, and he said, oh, I'm not talking to him. I mean, those guys, they're so used to talking to people a certain way, and Jabari being a priest and being so diplomatic, they got the habit, okay, that's okay, we can talk to them like however they want. No. No. No, life is not like that. Life is not like that, But you can tell the hate that they have towards Africa. You can tell easily. You can tell. Because Jabari, they want to focus on Jabari, saying that he thinks he heard the spirit of somebody saying so and so. And first they lie on Jabari, saying that Jabari spoke to a mummy. Then they want to focus on the Jabari hearing a voice, but they don't say anything about Elijah Muhammad hearing voice. But yet the guy who says that black people are disfigured, the essence of ugliness, they don't say jack. So we're supposed to listen to those weak dudes? Are we supposed to listen to those weak dudes? Are we the essence of ugliness? Is our phenotype, our physical appearance, the essence of ugliness? Have they said anything about that?
So Shabazz was not permitted to stay in that area, so he took his family into the jungle of East Asia, which we now call Africa, to make a people close to nature. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, this is the origin of kinky hair, because we didn't have kinky hair prior to that. The hair on our head was like the hair on our eyebrows. The hair on your eyebrows straight, the hair on your head is not the same as the hair on your eyebrow. But the hair of every other people is the same as their eyebrow. Your eyebrow straight, your hair something different. Wouldn't you like the hair on your head to be as straight as the hair on your eyebrow? That's why you're so busy frying it. That's why you're so busy pulling it. Because your nature tells you that the kink I mean, you know, with I'm black and I'm proud, we got to learn to be proud of kinks. Because most of your family of other black people on the earth, jet black. They didn't have no broad nose and thick lips and kinky hair. They were dark-skinned people, jet black. But they had straight hair, a thinner lip, a thinner nose. But we are marked as a different kind of black person. And we were rejected and despised, not only from the circle of the gods, but we were despised and rejected by all the other dark people of the earth. This is why today black people with kinky hair and broad nose and thick lips are rejected in every society. I want you to hear me well tonight. Yes, sir. Why are we rejected? Because the essence of beauty is in obedience and submission to God. And the essence of ugliness is when you rebel against God. And when you rebel against God, in your rebellion, you are marked with a certain mark of your rebellion, which is the disfigurement of your internal self, which manifests in the disfigurement of your external self. And this is why when you look at our people, wherever we are found on the earth, you find us either disfiguring ourselves physically because we are disfigured on the inside because of rebellion.
I'm looking for the thumbnail. There it is. Hold on. I'm going to share it. So now, what do we have? Those weak dudes, tap dancers, who pick and choose what is important, what is not important, who want to control the narrative. We don't have any criticism against that. The disfigurement of in your internal self that manifests, which manifests in your external self. Weak dudes tap dancing for Jesus. Brother Ankh, do you remember Conquered by Religion? Some of you don't go way back. And I want to thank Wab Fong for the comments that he wrote there. I even forgot that those guys lie so much, you cannot keep track of their lies. Trackfield only showed a picture of him in blue graduation garb and mentioned his community college qualification in social something. You remember what Chris said? Do you remember? Let's play it again. Oh no. That's not the. I haven't uploaded it yet, so I will have to look for the video. But I think Chris said social science. But you know what? We have time, don't we? And I've shared the link in the chat anyway, so it's going to be quick for me to get it. So I'm going to go to the chat. Link. There it is. Listen up. I mean, if you're not a groupie, then you can connect the dots. You can read between the lines. But we have a conscious community which is quite special. I mean, to make the long story short, because they are Abrahamic, they are clicking up with Abrahamic people, regardless of their lies, regardless of them touching on babies. That's just the way they go. That's just the way they get down. But then they try to clown us, please.
Brother Chris said that.
Hold on.
Now, for so
that name Garfield Reed was on there, but I did not see, because he had his ID covering up the name of the college. There was his ID covering up the name of the college. So maybe he trying to protect it.
Now, some people in the chat said that
a 4-year degree.
Yeah, you're right. It's 4 years. Yeah,
a degree.
Yeah,
Chris, you're frozen.
No, now you good, Garfield. I told him to stop on by. He said he saw your
conversation.
Social 2 years.
Okay,
degree.
It's bachelor's.
Bachelor's is like
degree at that.
The lot full out there.
Don't show me no.
Call me.
Man, you laughing about?
What's that part where we heard he said? Hold on. His real name.
It says social sciences.
That's what those social science degree.
Wait, I would like to speak, brothers. I would like to speak now. Sheffrin said that
that's what those degrees are. Right. Look it up.
It's social sciences.
Brother Chris said that.
It says social sciences. It says social sciences.
He said social sciences. You heard it. So let's move about the top dancing. Those weak dudes who want to control the narrative. Some of them say, "Oh, I don't care about his degree." If you don't care, then live your life. Some people care about it. And who else cared about it so much to talk about it publicly? Hold on. Trockfield himself spoke about it. And I forgot that. And a lot of people were questioning him. Now, the dude showed a picture of him at the graduation. He said, I showed it to Ong. He said, I showed it to Sanetta. But it won't show the degree. It only takes a few seconds. But you weak, gullible dudes don't realize that you're getting played by a dude that is too weak to debate somebody. And waits for his opponent to make a presentation so then he can go after and act like he's debating the issue. So he only showed a picture of him in blue graduation garb and mentioned his community college qualification in social something. Honestly, for all we know, it could have been his GED graduation. You know Beyonce's song, Upgrade You, Let Me Upgrade You? Apparently, he upgraded from GED to bachelor's degree. So that's why we believed that he had at least had a community college level education at least. But as you know, in America, you wear graduation gowns for getting your GED. And it was at that time when Trockfield spoke about it publicly on his own platform. But that was good then. As long as people believed his lies, it was good. When he realized that people would not believe his lies, like, oh, I don't want to talk about that. You guys are picking on me.
You guys are harassing me. I can't sleep at night. Trackfield spoke about it publicly on his own channel. And when people are like, hold up, this guy claims that he has a bachelor's degree, but all he shows us is a picture of him graduating. And then what did Trackfield do? Well, if you want to see my degree, you're going to have to pay me. Maybe he removed the if I ask, did somebody remember? You have so many people copy for him, they might say, oh no, I don't remember. But if some of you do remember him saying, that's when he started telling people, you're gonna have to pay me. And I've shown the invoice already. For those who just came later on, I've shown the invoice, $1,800. He's playing, y'all, but some people are capping. Now, either they're too silly, they're too silly, and they don't realize that they're getting played. But some people are copying hard for that. So now they're angry now, and now they want to be like, using profanity and act like, they're going to have some people shook. All of this for one Trackfield dude. So you have to wonder, why do they cap so hard? The Dagger Squad is dead. It died on December 31st, 2022. The Dagger Squad died on December 31st, 2022. If Jabari had an emergency and didn't show up, they will be having a field 2023-ish, and every day they will be making fun of the situation and saying that Jabari ran. As a matter of fact, they are trying to act like Jabari is running. That's how low those dudes, and it's always the same dudes. It's always the same weak dudes. Brother Unc, do you remember Conquered by Religion? The destruction of civilization, the destruction of black civilization show. Do you remember Conquered by Religion? That's how most people in the community got to know Brother Unc. He had a lecture series called Conquered by Religion. It might still be online. Let's have a look. It might still be online. What are you doing with a Christian apologist? It is still there. It is still there. Because a lot of you know pseudo killers. A lot of you know black atheists. But before all of that, it was Ankakek. People have the right to change. It's not forbidden to change. See in the chat, I'm sharing Brother Unc's YouTube channel, Conquered by Religion. Make sure that you save the videos, make the screen prints, because that YouTube channel might happen to just disappear. But we are lucky it is early in the morning now. And yesterday they were probably on some channel capping. So can you see this? Ankakek, 2.8 thousand subscribers. When was it created? 2008. 2008. That's how far we go back on YouTube. What do you see here? Links, Blog Talk Radio, God Killer. If you click here, you will listen. Black African Power. We're not here. Oh, go back to Africa. So what do we have here? When I tell you about the good old days when the upload limit was 10 minutes, well, that's what it was there. That's why you have part 1, part 2, part 3. We go way back. Garfield and them, they are neophytes, they are newcomers, but everybody have the right to speak. So here, origin of the alphabet fit who? Cyrus Sultan Seti. Do you know why they banged on? Do you know why they banged on Shaka Amos? Because one day Cyrus Sultan Seti was on Senator Studios. Brother Unc was on Senator Studios, and at one point, Shaka Amos said that he agreed with what Seti said. That's the reason why Unc was not happy, and they banged on Shaka Amos to the point where somebody shot arrows at Shaka Amos' book. But I didn't see anybody shooting arrows at any other people's book. So here, oh, you know what? Oh, there it is. Conquered by Religion, 14 years ago. That's how Ankh started. He was wearing the Ankh, Conquered by Religion. What is he doing with a Christian apologist now? He changed his stance. He has a right to. Man, back on the Blog Talk Radio, the Amen Ra Squad, I wasn't an official member. I was offered to be a member, but having to wake up at 4 in the morning every Sunday, I said that, if I'm a member of something, I want to be there on a regular basis, and it's not something that I can do. So I respectfully declined. He offered me to become a member officially, you see, but I was a regular caller. So on that Blog Talk Radio broadcast, we're not rolling with no Christian apologist. So here you see the video. Here you have Nikki Love, for those who remember her. I remember when she capped for the Nation of Islam. I mean, sometimes it's like, everybody's capping for the NOI, no matter what they say, no matter what they do. Because some people are weak and they're like, okay, those guys are strong, now I'm going to side with them. The same people who say death before dishonor, sometimes they say, if you can't beat them, join them. Those two statements do not match. Now we're going to see who's going to make fun of the Nation of Islam or Elijah Muhammad, because Elijah Muhammad said that he heard voices. Let's wait and see. All those weak dudes, all those weak ladies, but we'll have more dudes. We have a few ladies in this conscious community, because now sisters are more busy being feminists now, defending a woman just because she has a vagina. Man, we don't do that. We don't defend a guy just because he's a male, but we talk about that some other time. Because the weak dude's gonna say, "Hey, sisters, you heard what he said? He's misogynistic. He's a chauvinist." Those weak dudes, we try everything. So who do we have here? We have Sarasutin Seti, right? Post-slavery trauma, James Moss, right? So anyway, all of this really was to show you. Here we have Seti again, right? We even have the actor Tommy Davidson here with Nikki Love and Onk. So when we were thorough and sharp with our game, famous people, celebrities, you notice that Mr. Vegas was there. He even sent a donation to Chris MVP Harris, if I understand correctly. But if we look like weak dudes and fools, you think the celebrities and famous people are going to support us? Some are following us anonymously. But if we get our stuff straight, then maybe they will be okay following us publicly. But when we have one guy, one cult leader who's lying all the way, and we have grown dudes capping like little girls, it's not a good look. I refuse to be down with that cult-like activity. Now, as a matter of fact, Onk is speaking out against cults. So why is Onk defending a cult? Why is Onk protecting a cult? Did you get paid, brother Onk? So now you roll with a Christian apologist, Onk? When 14 years ago you started with Conquered by Religion, did you get paid, Onk? Or is it your hate for Jabari? You hate Jabari so much that now you roll with Christian apologists? Man, if 14 years ago somebody would have said, you know what? A few years from now, Onk is going to be rolling with some Christian apologists. I would you're playing too much, man. I already nearly lost my mind when I heard Onk defending the anti-black and anti-African teaching of the Nation of Islam that says that Africans are living in the jungle, Africans are not civilized, and black means death, and all that good stuff. But he apologized for that. And because I stood up against those teachings, what did they do? The same thing they're doing to Jabari, they did it to me. They did it to Seti, they did it to Shaka Amos. Always ganging up, clicking up. Do you know how long it takes to have 7,000 subscribers? 2 YouTube channels, one with 4,000 subscribers, the other one with 3,000 subscribers. And I lost both in like a week or two because they went against me, flagging campaign. But I accepted his apology. We've been cool ever since. I don't recognize my brother, I have love for you, Trackfield is a neophyte. You've been there for a long time. If anything, Trackfield should be following you. You should not be following Trackfield. Track field should be capping for you. You should not be capping for track field. I'm sad, man. I'm sad, man. I'm sad, man. 14 years ago, who heard about track field? Man, I heard this about this dude like 2 or 3 years ago. He was talking about credit repair. He was uploading Sanetta videos. He was uploading Sanetta's whole live streams, and then he will be continuing the discussions. That's how he got all his subscribers. With the email smash or whatever it was called, you know. Yeah, if you want to be on top of the game, if you want to know about the credit repair and all the financial stuff and blah 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 blah. That's how he got his subscribers. How do you think young Pharaoh got his subscribers? It's no shot towards a brother. Sandra Bland. Do you remember Sandra Bland? The lady who ultimately was dead. We saw the video of her arrest. She was talking, and eventually she was arrested. Then we just had a picture when she's laying on the floor of the police station. We don't know what happened to her. She died. Well, on Facebook, there was an account called Sandra Bland with her picture. I myself thought it was a family who was running this Facebook account. He was actually young Pharaoh. And that's how he got his subscribers. But anyway, more power to everybody that got subscribers. But sometimes it might be noteworthy to tell people how they got their audience. Now, SETI, original material. The debate with Alim Bey and other debates. What did they do? You heard the brother Born FOG. He's going to be a guest on my platform as well. Some of you might have seen the upcoming live stream. On Tuesday, he'll be a guest. This evening, we're going to have Christopher Davis. On Tuesday, we're going to have Born FOG. They clicked up and bang on SETI. Some people, unfortunately, like we see with Reggie told Chief X that Chief X was formidable after Chief X said that the ancient Egyptians were Caucasian from pre-dynastic time until today. I'm cool with Chief X. He comes on my live stream every now and then. I went on his live stream as well. We don't agree. But for the record, Reggie congratulated Chief X for saying, I mean, after he said, not for saying, but after Chief X said that the ancient Egyptians were Caucasian from pre-dynastic time until today, that the modern Egyptians are the ancient Egyptians. Why did he say that? Because Chief X and I were having opposing views. We were not even beefing. We had a nice, cordial conversation on Smash Rockwell's live stream, and I've shared that. And as I was talking with Chief X, I mentioned Sheikh Anta Diop, Dr. Sheikh Anta Diop's melanin dosage test. And Reggie went on a rant saying that I was all the way wrong, saying that Chief X flat-tired me. He said, good job, Chief X. He congratulated Chief X. You flat-tired him, blah, 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 blah. And he made a fool of himself. I made a video right after that to show from the book by the UNESCO where Diop said that he did the melanin test and he begged the Egyptians to let him have a square millimeter sample, but let's say sample because if it's not a square millimeter, they're going to crucify me. It was not a square millimeter. It was 1.5 square millimeter. You're wrong, brother. You're wrong. Diop literally used the word beg. That's how it was translated in English. He begged the Egypt to give him a sample so he could do the melanin test. And if I'm not mistaken, it was for royal mummies. You know? So some people are like that. Because they are in opposition with you, they're going to side with everybody that's against you. It's not a good strategic move in terms of dignity and integrity. It's not a good move. Do you think that if some Christian apologists go against some people that I'm not cordial with, I'm going to roll with the Christian apologists? Man, please. So anyway, I can, man. And some of you don't know, but his name at one point or nickname was God Killer. What is he doing with Christian apologists? What is he doing with Christian apologists? See, those are my videos. You see, Allah nothing Nubia nailed in the coffin 12 years ago. If you wonder about the guy who says that there's a hieroglyphic symbol that says Allah, I refuted that 12 years ago. Origin of the Moors, according to Sheikh Antadi, up 12 years ago. Those are my videos. We were cool 12 years ago. I mean, I would say we're still cool now, but you know, I expect that they're gonna click up because those guys, if you disagree with them, they nearly hate you, man. And what's the situation with Jabari? An event was supposed to take place. It didn't take place. And that's why Onk has a problem with Jabari. It's a personal problem. And the personal problem became a whole campaign. Look here, Ali Muhammad caught lying 12 years ago. That's the video where Ali Muhammad said that he hates Africa. That he says that there was no such thing as Kemet. It was a civilization of Moors. Black Muslim doctrine. This is Eric Muhammad. I address some of the statements he made. That's way before they invited Wesley Muhammad on their Blog Talk Radio. All of a sudden. And you know the funny thing? Ox said that the reason they created the Amara Squad, it was to counter Wesley Muhammad's Allah team. And y'all know I went at Wesley Muhammad's claim to the point where he publicly challenged me to a debate. Then because I disagree with the anti-Black and anti-African teachings, we parted ways. I disassociated myself. I said, you know, I'm no longer affiliated with the Amara Squad, and I kept it pushing. Then I did the video, White Semites Black Awakening, and all of a sudden, they started dissing me. And they made so many radio shows dissing me, and I will respond, and I will make them angry to the point where they flag my account. So they create a team to go against Wesley Muhammad's Allah team, and then they invite Wesley Muhammad, and they invited it another time. And I was like, man, the U-turn. So what I'm seeing right now with Jabari, I've seen it before. It's not new to me, but some of you just happen to come on the scene. I've seen it before. I've seen it I experienced it. Then I've seen it with Sarah Sultan Seti. Then I've seen it with Shaka Ahmos. And now I'm seeing it with Jabari. Look at this. Dr. Wesley Muhammad, PhD, checked by Shaka Ndugu Kemet. That's the good old days when the time limit was 10 minutes on YouTube. That's why you have part 1, part 2, and so on. What does he say 12 years ago? I mean, does he see? Yeah, you can see it well on the screen. 12 years ago. Wesley Muhammad caught lying 12 years ago. That's my video for the record. You have my link there. Well, you think I'm going at Garfield just because he's Garfield? Now we have some brothers, if you address a lady, they're acting like you're misogynistic and chauvinist. So some people will try to act like, oh, that's weak. He's talking about a female. Where they do that at? Dr. John Henry Clark debated Mary Leskovitz and that other dude. I forgot his name. Somebody going to say, oh, John Henry Clark was weak for debating a female. Talking points, man. King Noble rebuttal and correction when King Noble said Kemet, another thing that's made up. 12 years, let's listen to it, brothers and sisters. 12 years ago, you think the Medu Nature has not been deciphered is new? Now, Walter Williams said it 30 years ago, but listen to this video, for example.
Meet Tim.
I have to skip the ad.
Thing about Kemet. So this whole thing about Kemet being black, that's some other made up stuff that they made up. There was never no Kemet, no KMT. What you show me a K and an M and T on the hieroglyph wall, on the walls of the hieroglyphs.
Some of you might say, fine, okay, but where can we see Kemet? No problem. This is the second Kamose Stela, number J43, at Luxor Museum in Kemet, Egypt. We're going to see where it's showing that's line 23. Slowly but surely we're getting there. Here it is, in the middle of your screen. There's a slight close-up with the Meduneta transcript underneath. There's other places you can see it, even though it's not that clear. Line 18. There it is. And finally, line 21. It's actually showing twice on line 18, but the other one is not really clear at all.
See what it says on screen? You've just seen an excerpt from the presentation Introduction to Kemet, which is an hour long, released in 2009 and viewable for free on afrostyly.com/English. Now it has a different name, Kemet and Ma'at, before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Why does it have a different name? I re-uploaded it. I decided to change the name. It was an hour long before. I reduced it to 15 minutes. So now it's 45 minutes long. 2009. 2009. Now that video was uploaded 12 years ago. Another thing that's made up. Show me the K, the M, and the T. And on my Blog Talk Radio broadcast, I had so many people calling, trying to make talking points about why the Meta has not been deciphered. I had so many discussions about this. I'm not focused on Walter Williams, but Walter Williams is the main guy who brought up that falsehood, that inaccurate statement. So Reggie's been there for I don't know how long. And now Reggie is capping for track field. Did he pay you guys? How can you cap for a dude that just been there talking about black history for like 2 to 3 years? And we've been putting him down for over a decade. What could be the reason? Is hate alone, hate for Jabari, the sole reason for what we're seeing? People rallying behind a female cat who won't even show up to a debate? Man, I'm like, I don't know what's going on right now. I don't know what's going on right now. Which is the most popular video uploaded on Onk's YouTube channel? Seti response to Ali Muhammad, raw and uncut. Second most popular, what is the N word? Seti again. Third, second most popular video, Seti again. Then fourth most popular video, origin of the alphabet fits our certain Seti. Then the fifth most popular video, Conquered by Religion, Part 1. Eighth most popular video, 12 years ago. Now, Conquered by Religion, that was 14 years ago. 12 years ago, that's Dr. Wesley Muhammad, PhD, checked by Shaka Ndugu Kemet. Part 1 of 5. Uploaded 12 years ago. Oh, what do we see here? Ninth most popular video on Onk's first known YouTube channel, Onkakek. Natural hair is a disease catcher. That's Farrakhan saying that natural hair is a disease catcher and a disease carrier. Look at this one here. 12 years ago, Moors hating Africa and loving gay sex. That's my video uploaded on Kakek, and he had my permission, you know. Then we have Introduction to Kemet, Part 1 of 6, 12 years ago. That's what is known as Kemet and Ma'at today. Now you have the other parts here, Part 2 here, and so on. Now check this out. Let's listen to Moors hating Africa and loving gay sex.
You understand? So, fuck Africa. Fuck Africa.
Fuck them niggas in Africa. They don't give a fuck about us.
I ain't gonna be dealing with no African nigga, and I live in a building where it's 99% African, and them niggas get up to go to work every morning to fuck you up. Throwing niggas out of their apartments, and I gotta go to court and help my brother out and all type of shit. You understand? So, fuck Africa. That's some European term, man, to describe some later shit. When your shit is so old, Africa was fucking frozen in like ice and shit. That's how old your shit was.
Same people?
You are, no, because you have different types of black people. You got straight hair, woolly hair, you got all type of mixtures now. The original people on this planet came from another planet.
That video was uploaded 12 years ago. You heard what you said? You heard the people straight here, we're here. You think we didn't hear that before? You think I just started hearing that in Gozi? I mean, we've been hearing those talking points years back. And you notice the people who love to put an emphasis about, oh, we are the most diverse people on the planet Earth. We have all type of phenotype, all type of hair. The coincidence is that there are always Abrahamic believers, either Asiatic black men or Abrahamic believers. And because they happen to have a certain religion, then they wanted to tie us so much to Asia. But let's continue.
I do hate Africa. Because Africa belongs to white folks. It's hard for people to get this, but there was no such thing as the Egyptian civilization. No such thing as Kemet. This is a civilization of Moors. See, none of this stuff is theory that we've been talking about for years. It's actually very real. North America, South America, Mu already proved that the pyramid of Xochicalco actually left writing about the destruction of Mu and when it happened. Now we're giving you a map. Do you need anything else? Because I got trashed on that one. Oh, he's trying to make us from some mythical civilization in America because he hates Africa. I do hate Africa. Because Africa belongs to white folks. Now, if you can't stomach that, I'm sorry. But we got to stop calling ourselves after what they, we got to stop it. We are emitting this frequency that's keeping us dead.
Peace, brother X. What's happening, brother Sarnetta, man?
Peace, brother Sarnetta. How you doing, family?
I'm good. What's happening?
Oh, I can't complain. Yo, I asked for brother Haiti Blues to call in right quick. You still on the line, brother Haiti?
Yeah, I'm here, brother.
Yeah, here on that. Yes, sir, brother. Yes, sir. I just needed a witness on here because there's some people that, you know, they're posting up information talking about that mythical land of Mu again, and it kind of started a little buzz. You know what I mean?
No,
so you know me. I'm the Mu killer personally. You know what I mean? So you know, I'm gonna post up in the chat room this link because they be showing these stones, trying to say that these stones are supposed to be the land of Mu, and I just needed a witness. So if brother Haiti Blues can bear witness that this is the image that they be showing as the land of Mu.
Oh, you need to scroll down, I think, brother Onk. You're talking about the middle one, right? Just under the Icta stones of Peru, then you have three. You're talking about the middle one?
Some of the Naza Plateau and the Naza, what is that? Glyphs, that's what you're talking about? Okay, all right, I'm there.
All right. Let me do it, brother Shaka. Brother Shaka, you with me on this? So yeah, that middle picture, that's the one that they always say is the land of Mu. That's in the Inca stones. Is that correct, brother?
Well, I can see the stone, but I don't know if that's what they're saying, I guess. But it's the first time I see that. But
yeah, there's some.
I mean, what are they saying? Are they saying it's coming from Mu? Is that what they're saying?
Yeah, there's some confused Moors that say that middle picture right there, that confirms that is an ancient map of the land of Mu.
A map,
the
okay.
Inca stones of Peru, and they say that that's supposed to be North America up top and South America in the bottom. I don't even know how they even try to say that this is supposed to be some kind of a map. It's the fucking scribbles. But anyway, They say that they use that particular picture, and they say that is the land of Mu. Now, I'm going to show another picture of these Inca stones, and I would like for you to describe what it is that you see coming from these Inca stones. I'm going to post another picture up in the chat room, Brother Shaka. Just 1 second, please.
Okay, no problem.
I see the four stones you're talking about, right?
Yes, the Inca stones, correct. Okay.
Yeah, Inca stones.
Now, I'd like for you to click on that image right there and take a look
loading.
at. Take a look at picture 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
7, 8, 9, 11, 12. How about down at the bottom of the page? Down at the bottom of the page.
Okay.
Yeah. What do you in that left-hand corner? What do you see those two guys doing if you click on that picture?
Oh man, it looks suspect, man. God dang.
Oh, they're touching.
It looks Greek.
No. Explain to them what it is that you see, because the listeners are not gonna be able to know on the download. What do you see on these stones that these more talking about?
They're like they touching. They're like two homosexuals touching penises.
Is it two men holding hands and two penises rubbing against each other?
Yeah.
That's right. With some liquid flowing.
Right. With liquid flowing into some type of a cup, is that right?
That's right.
that's
I don't know what they're gonna do with that.
Okay.
Okay. And just above that picture, do you see two men with their penises looking like they're about to?
Oh yeah,
I don't know,
they're like
their own.
they're masturbating and they
I see that.
yeah.
Some type of masturbation.
We used to go against misinformation. We used to address strange things brought to the community. That video was uploaded 12 years ago. But now some people have a veto right, and when they say some strange stuff, we're not supposed to address it. 12 years ago, people were talking about the land of Mu. I told you about this. Mu, Lemuria, the land of Mu, Atlantis. They were pushing that hard. So I don't know what they're going to do with the cup full of semen. But some people go so far to tie themselves into some history, and they say, here goes the map of Mu. And we saw the Moor earlier. I mean, we don't heard it all, man, 12 years ago. Most of these people are not there. Have you heard the name Haiti Blues? Haiti Blues is one of my subscribers. He actually is a member. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of brothers have followed what we've been doing. That was 12 years ago that this video was uploaded. And for those who did not really get the point, that was the Blog Talk Radio. It was a radio. So you would have a chat where you will share a link, but we could not share. The live streaming did not even really exist like that, you know? Maybe some big, news or whatever websites were able to do live streaming, but I'm not even sure if live streaming existed then. Now we can share directly. I mean, we go way back. I'm going to read the comments, don't worry. But anyway, I've had my share with this, man. So, Unc, man, back then, you guys slandered me, insulted me. My mother, my father had me losing thousands of subscribers with several accounts. And I'm past that. And you're still going to go at Jabari because an event that did not take place. If you really want to go at him, at least do it by yourself. Don't do it with those female cats. I know you from way back, man. You're worth way more than this female cat dude, man. This female cat dude is a neophyte. He's a newcomer. You've been there for a long time, putting in work. Spin Barrel wrote, I'm sorry, family, but I cannot stand Farrakhan. He is so false to me. Good fella Nella wrote, right, Chaka, none of them dare to say something about Farrakhan. Donnie Williams wrote, fairly young minister. I'm sure he changed, at least I hope so. He didn't change jack. And it's not against you, Donnie Williams. That's the doctrine of the Nation of Islam. A lot of people don't know that Elijah Muhammad wrote that stuff about us not having kinky hair. He's even on tape saying this. He said that we were more delicate. And he wrote that our phenotype changed so that we can live the life in the jungle. What do you think it is when they say the jungles of East Asia? You heard Farrakhan say it. So a lot of people say, Mama Africa, we love Africa, right? Dr. Ma'at, she invites, didn't she have Wesley Muhammad on her platform as well? The same guy who said, throw Kemet in the garbage can, throw Ma'at in the trash can, throw Amen Ra the slave making God away. Didn't she have him on? I'm going to check here. Going to have a look. She invites Karenga, who tortured black women, who plagiarized the Jewish holiday Hanukkah and came up with Kwanzaa. Some people just have a name. I mean, maybe she's like she used to be Asiatic, you know. Hey, let's see how many times she had Wesley Muhammad on her platform. Got the link in the chat right there. Notice one thing though. Nation of Islam members, or let's say Wesley Muhammad, he'll go on all those channels. How many people did he have on his channel that were not Muslims, members of the Nation of Islam? I'm not even talking about their temples. Because Farrakhan has been going to churches. And when he goes and make a speech somewhere, most of the time he's paid. How many people of the Black conscious community, Kemetic people, people who follow Kemet, people who follow Ma'at, people who follow Yoruba, Ifa, traditional African tradition, how many of them have you seen in some Muslim temples, in Mosque Maryam? But they go everywhere. They go on all these live streams, you know? So let's see Dr. Oya Adoa Ma'at, 15,000 subscribers. Look at this. 1 year ago, Wesley Muhammad, the assassination of Malcolm X reopened. 3 months ago, Wesley Muhammad identifying and addressing pseudo history. 1 year ago, Wesley Muhammad, black masculinity, birth breaking and resurrection. 5 years ago, Wesley Muhammad, the ancestors and elders speak about sagging. You know? So she had him on a few times, right? She even had Dr. Mukasa Afrika Ma'at. He's the one who wrote the article about Kwanzaa that most people don't want to read. Most people don't want to read the article because they love Kwanzaa so much. Oh, I don't care if you torture black women. Yesterday we heard, I don't care what I read. So what did Wesley Muhammad say? What did Wesley Muhammad say?
Wrote Kemet promise. If you want to get off sensitive, come on, go ahead. About blacks conquering blacks. Throw Maya in the trash can. Throw Amin Ra, the slave making God away.
I'm sharing my Cash App and my Super Chat. Because those people say, throw Kemet in the garbage can, throw Martin in the trash can, throw Amen rather say making God away. They are invited on all these channels. They get support. And for those who might have heard some Christian apologists say, oh, Shaka is not a good dude. You know, Shaka, he talks about people. I don't like Shaka. He talked about me. I've been putting in work for a long time. If you don't believe me when I say all these years, you've seen it. I've shared the link to you. You can see those videos were uploaded 12 years ago. And obviously I made those videos and uploaded it, and I have uploaded them before it was uploaded on some of my channels, you know. Then Uncle told me, you know, hey, why not uploading them on my channel? I said, oh, okay, you know. Do you think you would say throw message to the black man away, throw Muhammad away, and blah blah blah, and then they will invite you on their channels? Now, if you bring that up, they're gonna say, first of all, oh, that's a female. You're talking about a female, brother. You're wrong. You're chauvinist. You're misogynistic. Then they're gonna say, oh, we're all in this together. Our people are dying. When the police sees us, they don't see a black. They don't see a black Muslim. They don't see a black Christian. They don't see a black Hebrew. They don't see a black Kemetic person. They see a black man. We have to get together. We have to unite. You know, that's what they've been. I've been hearing that for years, man. I mean, maybe you haven't heard properly. It's only 1 minute long.
It will be. It will be in book. Wrote Kemet God. If you want to get off sensitive, come on, go ahead. About blacks conquering blacks. Throw Maya in the trash can. Throw Amin Ra, the slave making God away.
Now, some people are cool with child molesters. They might say, well, there's worse than others. Some people who kill. Well, Malcolm X was killed. What was said about Malcolm X after Malcolm X died? We have the conscious community, which is a fair bit of weak dudes, grown cheerleaders, grown groupies, weak, weak, weak. They want you to say, oh, the conscious community, brothers and sisters, intelligent, loving, caring, sharing this information. We all in this together. The reality is that a fair bit of the so-called conscious community is nothing but weak dudes.
Yeah, I love Elijah Muhammad enough that if you attack him, I would kill you. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. And I'm not a killer, but neither are you. But if somebody attack what you love, each one of you in here would become a killer instantaneously. Am I lying? Mother, let somebody look like they're attacking your child. Here's a woman who fought a bear because the bear snatched her baby. And she ran the bear down, screaming until the bear dropped her baby. Love casts out fear. We don't give a damn about no white man law when you attack what we love. And frankly, it ain't none of your business. What have you got to say about it? Did you teach Malcolm? Did you make Malcolm? Did you clean up Malcolm? Did you put Malcolm out before the world? Was Malcolm your traitor or was he ours? And if we dealt with him like a nation deals with a traitor, what the hell business is it of yours? You just shut your mouth and stay out of it. Because in the future, we're going to become a nation. And the nation got to be able to deal with traitors and cutthroats and turncoats. The white man deals with his. The Jews deal with theirs. Salman Rushdie wrote a nasty thing about the prophet, and Imam Khomeini put out a death thing on him, and it stands today.
So we have 34 people online. Guess how many super chat? I mean, I didn't even talk about the super chat, but guess how many cash app I received? Guess how many PayPal donation I received? Even though I shared the link, 0. So it's all good. I'm going to make it members only for the chat. This way, ultimately, there will be less comment and I'll be able to wrap it up because why would I go for hours if I don't get the support? So let me share the tap dancers. Weak dudes. Have you heard what Farrakhan said? Talking about Malcolm X's murder. And if we dealt with him like a nation deals with a traitor, what the hell business is it of yours? Have you heard what Farrakhan said? And frankly, it ain't none of your business. What do you have to say about it? Did you teach Malcolm? Did you clean up Malcolm? Blah, blah, blah. So even when a man gets murdered in front of his family, in front of his followers, broad daylight, publicly, you have some people who say it ain't none of your business. So now when we talk about the female cat's degree, oh, it's none of your business, it's personal, it's private, that's a narrative. Wake up, black man. Wake up, black woman. Stop being some sissy groupie cheerleaders. You're too grown for that. They decide the narrative. They decide what we should talk about. Weak dudes. Capping for a female cat. Grown men cheerleaders. Invoice for $1,800 to show a degree. Well, take him up on him. Well, okay, brother, send me the $1,800 and I'll take him up on it. How about that? People sit there behind at home and put in no work. You know what? There's another video that I wanted to show you. There's another video that I wanted to show you. I'm going to go to the chat again. I'm going to go back to Unc's channel. There it is. So let me share the screen. Well, take him up on it. Then you know what they're going to say? Oh, well, he didn't take him up on it. He did not take him up on it. He did not pay the $1,800 so that the track field could show and prove that he has a degree. Man, this narrative, grown man. I'll have to go towards the bottom. Every now and then you heard me referring to a video called Why Liars Hate Kemet. Now, it was uploaded 12 years ago, but I filmed it earlier than that. I'm going to share the link. Now, you see the title, The Reason Why Religious Fools Hate Kemet. But now, some people roll with Christian apologists. They have the right to change their stance. But the video was initially called Why Liars Hate Kemet. That's how I called that video. It was very successful back then. And I think it was on Afro Styling with 3 Ys at the end. But anyway.
Hotep, Shakan Dugu Kemet once again. This is the British Museum in London, for those who don't know. Okay, the camera was playing up earlier. What I was saying is that I will show why the groupies and the lames hate on Kemet. What you're looking at right there is the head of Amenhotep III. I'll check out the date. 18th dynasty, about 1400 BC, okay? Well over 3,000 years old. And you see plenty more. So this is Ramesu, commonly called Ramses II, right? And once again, I know those who have studied are not surprised at this, but I know the names are just, getting back into the real world, into the reality. So I need to show them the date. You see, 1270 BC, well over 3,000 years old. As you'll be talking about some God's chosen people and so forth, and yet nothing remains. People have been searching in the desert and they haven't found Jack. So it's time to wake up. This is Amenhotep III, You can see the nodes have been hacked up. They don't want to, they obviously don't want us to know that it's our people that we're dealing with. Nothing new. It's a bit older. Look, 1830 BC. It's ain't no game. Now, once again, that sign that the little homie liar was talking about means Allah. You know what I'm saying? Here it is. You know, I guess Allah is everywhere. You know, you haven't heard any reply anywhere, and I showed you the pages from the Per M Heru, where you can see the symbol. You know, if it means Allah, it needs to tell us what it means in the other places, but I know it doesn't. It's just for the hell of it, because some people are still skeptical. Some people still, you know, they'll be confused. They're not certain. They're asking questions. You know, I know it's because of the mental slavery, the belief system, the religion, and so on. You know, but hey, come back to reality. When you deal with facts, you know what I'm saying? It's about knowing, not believing. Believing is not knowing. Okay. So if you have nothing, if you have zero, you can multiply that by 10, 100, 1,000, or even a million, you still get zero. You understand what I'm saying? This is a false door, and look at the date there. Look at this, hold on. You see that? Over 4,000 years old. We're playing games right there, okay? Look at the sign for car, just there. Right? Now there, that's Meduneter. I'll break it down on Introduction to Kemet. I'm gonna move on to other things. Now another one that's 4,000 years old. Look.
Here I made a mistake. It's Necher A. I thought it was the glyph of the walking stick, you see. But that was I think I filmed that video in 2008 or 2009. That was my early stages of learning the Medu Necher. So I just wanted to clarify that this is a mistake. It doesn't show Medu Necher, it shows Necher A, which translates as great God.
Medu Neter. I'll break it down on Introduction to Kemet. I'm gonna move on to other things. Now another one that's 4,000 years old. Look, it's not coming out of my, you understand? I'm not making this up. And see how the colors are still well preserved. Now in here it says Suten. Okay, I break this down as well on Introduction to Kemet. Suten, oh yeah, it means king, okay? Pharaoh means house of the king. That comes from, I break that down anyway, you can check it out if you want. Kemet. All right. Meduneter, once again, you have the symbol for Hotep. Limestone falls.
So the second, what you just heard when I said Medu Necher, once again, it was a mistake. It says Necher are there as well, for the same reason that I explained earlier. It was a mistake of mine back in 2008/2009.
Store. Let's see the dates. Oh, that hurts. 2400 BC, 4,000 years old. No gain. Okay, now all sorts of objects, from jewelry to pottery. And I want you to look at something. Just read what it says there. It says 5th millennium BC. That gives you an ID. Okay? It says the same all over. 5th millennium BC. But you rather deal with fictional stories and fairy tales. Suit yourself.
Now I want you to see something.
First, let me just
Hold
say.
on. I want you to see something that appears in the video here. Introduction to Kemet, the missing link in Black history. So that's when I was living in England. And I left shortly after I actually came up with this DVD. I'm not even sure if it was DVD format. It might have been WMV back then. Now, hold on.
When I was in France, I came up with this, but this is in French. Introduction à Kemet. But this time it's a double DVD. And I was rolling with some hooker monkey Pan-Africans who also defend rapists and pedophiles, and they were jealous of me. I used to teach the Medu Nature. I used to teach the Swahili. We used to meet once a week, every Sunday. You know, so I haven't been just online. I used to, give tours to the Louvre Museum, and we will meet amongst non-Abrahamic people, but had two hookah monkey Pan-Africans were hating. Who happened to be one was approaching his 40s, and the other one was approaching his 50s. Later on, I got to find out they were hating on me. You know, so they made it so our endeavor to meet weekly will fade, talking all kind of nonsense. When I got to know, I blasted them. They disappeared from the face of the earth. They have some videos dissing me when I separated from my baby mother. When my baby mother physically assaulted me, lied on me, they were with her, encouraging that. The lady physically assaulted me, but I had the audio recording from my mobile phone. She tried to send me to jail. She injured herself, or she asked somebody to injure herself, but she had injuries. They were with her all the while. So I know when people hate, how far they can go. And I blasted the suckers. We haven't heard about them ever since. They haven't been doing jack. It's been over, how long has it been? It's been 8 years. In 8 years, those monkey hookup Pan-Africans haven't done jack, nothing noteworthy. And some of the female cats that we have today, one of the main reasons we hear about them is because of the people who gravitate towards them. Now, I don't mean to brag, but what you're seeing on my channel, what you're seeing on my website, it's not thanks to people who gravitate around me. For the most part, it's my original content. You see? So all the people who follow those two hooker monkey Pan-Africans, I know they feel silly because those guys were older than me and they were acting like they are elders and they know what's up, but they haven't done jack. They have not done jack. They haven't done anything. They don't have any website. They don't have any blog. They don't have any YouTube account where they upload stuff. The only time they created some YouTube account was to slander me. And I'm talking about people who are in their 50s now. I can tell a no fool when I see one. It's nothing new to me. And just like in America, they have not criticized the known rapists and pedophiles. Now, we have 37 people online. Ever since I've made the stream so that only members can post in the chat, guess how many people decided to become members of the channel? You see, that's the current stream. You can see it says 37 watching now. Stream 2 hours ago. 12 likes only. There's 37 people. There's only 12 likes. Now, of course, some of the people who watch, they will not necessarily be fans. But people came and go. That's how it goes. You know, at one point there was like around 40 people. Now there's 39. But anyway, you see here, members only mode is on. Only members of this channel can send messages. How many people decided to join? 0. Now, if you wonder how to join, you click join here. So, you know what? I don't even have the link. The link is, okay, I'm going to share the link because it is somewhere. So if I go there, because I use a different computer, so I don't have the link ready. So invite viewers to join the channel. Now, I think the link is too long, so I'm going to have to shorten it. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, okay, I will change it. It would look better then, because the other one is shortened and it doesn't say YouTube. But here, well, you know what? Actually, I'm going to say, any members can post in the chat. Here's the link to become a member. It's $, $3 per month. Now still put $36 per year. I'm going to pin that message. All of you can make a difference. It's so good to be there during the live streams and hit the like button and type all those messages and say you appreciate the work and blah, blah, blah. But yet you won't contribute to $3 a month, which is $36 a year. I have a dude who came and said, okay, I want to buy the book from a dude who's also a fraud, who claimed title that he hasn't heard, who plagiarized people, but he still want to get the book. And last time I said, hey, look, if you want to get a book, go get a book. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to stop me from sleeping. But what are the people who support me? Is it too much asked? And I wasn't even asking. I didn't have that subscription thing going on. But I've been live streaming for a very regular basis for over 2 years, actually 3 years. And every time I will bring up the donation issue, yeah, you got it, you got it. As soon as I get my pay, you got it, you got it. And like I said, one guy even made a donation on Cash App and then he withdrawn it. I mean, he canceled it. You know? But if people say throw commit in the garbage can, throw my out in the trash can, throw I'm in rather slave making God away, go see when they're live streaming all the donations that pour in. Now, you don't have only the subscription thing. Like I have shared, you do have not only the Cash App and the Super Chat, but here, is it large enough? I'll make it larger. Here, you can send a super sticker or a super chat. You can choose the amount and your message will be highlighted. They even have the link to join to become a member. You know? But how many pulled in? But the people who make fun of the culture, who label the culture, the practitioners or followers of the culture, Egyptomaniacs, some of you will support them. And I know some people don't like me saying that, but it is a reality. It is a reality. People have the dough to go to the club, to buy the alcohol, to buy the drug, to buy the designer clothes. But they won't have $3 per month for the information. Anyway, it had to be said for the record. I'm going to finish with the comments. Thank you for the members of the channel. I do appreciate it. Because as you can see, where was I? Hold on. Goodfella Nella wrote, he kicked the Honorable Khalid out for speaking what he taught him. He was suspended first. And just like Malcolm, you know, There's a video of Khalid. He was being interviewed in England. When he was asked if he's still a member, you could tell how sad he was. He didn't even know if he was still a member or not. And just like we had the video of Farrakhan dissing, disrespecting, throwing shot, shading Malcolm X. Because some people say, oh, no, it was not a shade. No, it was not disrespect. No, it was not. You know, the groupie grown men. The groupie grown men. There's a video where Farrakhan talked about Khalid Abdul Muhammad. It might still be online. Oh, you know what? Let me see if it's online there. A lot of you haven't seen anything. You're in here talking, making excuses like grown man groupies. And unfortunately, some videos, well, I just don't know the title of the video, but and I think there's several uploads of it. But anyway, I think some of you seen it. Farrakhan talks about, he asked his son, have you heard from Khalid? His son is like, no. Then later on, have you heard from Khalid? Farrakhan is acting like he was worried about Khalid. And Khalid is on tape saying that when he was shot down like a dog at a hospital, he didn't get a visit. He didn't get a letter. And he sent letters to Farrakhan. And Khalid Abdul Muhammad said that he heard what happened with Malcolm and Elijah. The letters were being intercepted. So he went to Farrakhan's lectures. He said he sat at the front. He said, can't you see me? Remember me? I'm the one who stood by you when your family was not with you. Your daughter was not with you. Khalid was was bodyguarding Farrakhan. Now, Khalid was way more gifted as an orator than Farrakhan. Donna Hughes' appearance alone demonstrates that. So obviously there was some jealousy in the air. Obviously. If Khalid was there today, he'll be destroying most of those people running game, talking smack. And I have Khalid on tape talking about Kemet and Ma'at. I have it somewhere in my archives. I've shared so many things, my brothers and sisters. You've been censored, you've been flagged and all that, and it lasts for years. But now this account has been there for a minute. The last account was in 2016. 9,000 subscribers then. So in this video where Farrakhan talks about Khalid after Khalid died, and it's not the video where he said that Khalid was molested as a child. Some lady came to Farrakhan and said that he was molested. A lot of people took offense at that. The guy is dead, and yet you want to come and say that to the public, something that you heard from an anonymous and unidentified woman. Well, actually, it might have been the same video. But anyway, I think it's a different one. But Farrakhan at one point says Khalid was a stallion for God or something like that. The people were clapping. Farrakhan says, no, I don't want you to clap. Farrakhan talked publicly. It's on tape. He talked about a time where he came across Khalid at the airport and they embraced and Khalid cried. I can understand Khalid crying. He was suspended. Ultimately, he was no longer a member, even though it might have not been said officially. He's trying to get back. He did so much. He put in so much work. He was a national representative. He was a number 2. And he meets his teacher, leader, and guide. Then Farrakhan goes on to say, all of this, being hard, and I'm paraphrasing here, it's like it's a front to hide another side. And you can correct me, brothers and sisters, if I'm wrong, but he says feminine side almost, something to that effect. But he used the word feminine. So while he's acting like he's making a eulogy to Khalid Abdul Muhammad, is actually dissing him. But you punk grown men cheerleader groupies, you don't have a problem with that. You're too busy talking about Jabari spoke to a mommy. You weak dudes, weak cheerleader groupies. Here's a guy saying that we are marked, disfigured, the essence of ugliness, and you weak dudes and saying jack about it. That's the conscious community for you. You know how many times I feel like cursing, brothers and sisters? I think you have no idea. But I try to control myself. But man, maybe one day somebody will push my buttons enough and I will start cursing. You'll be like, dang. When I think about those weak dudes who are trying to diss us now and they are cheerleading for a female cat, I'm like, are you serious, you weak dudes? Plus, the majority of them won't even show their face. The majority of them won't even show their face. You don't know jack about them. You don't know their names. You don't know where they live. You don't know what job they do, if they have any job. And they have the nerves to talk smack and act like they're high and mighty and act like they represent something. And by themselves, they aren't worth jack. By themselves, they aren't worth jack. How many times do I have the no touche pas ça? How many times do I have the link on? You challenged people a year ago, they never come, and now that you see that the community, the listeners, the audience are realizing, look, this is a squad of frauds. Now they're on survival mode now. Now they want to holler now. Now they woke up after a year now. Trying to save a sunken ship. Not a sinking ship, a sunken ship. The ship has sunk already. It's a done deal. The humiliation of not showing up. Oh, if that would have happened to you, if that would have happened to me, I would have been in jail. Oh, something serious, something so important. Oh my goodness, oh my God. And dude can't say, I'm busy, I have an emergency, can we reschedule? And grown man cheerleader, the group isn't here making excuses, capping. Did he pay you? They're nothing but some weak dudes. Groupie cheerleaders, grown man groupie. No wonder we don't have sisters like that, because they can see it's a bunch of weak dudes. Danny Williams wrote plenty of him. Malcolm was long gone before this time. What Farrakhan said about Malcolm X, if anybody in the conscious community says it about somebody that died, you will hear they will say, oh, you're wrong, man. The brother died. Why you go like that? Blah, 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 blah. You heard Reggie? I'm going to look for it. I'm going to look for it. I'll find it quick. Reggie don't need to be around any female cat. Reggie has knowledge. Reggie has knowledge. It doesn't need to be capping for a female cat. Because Reggie is so busy hating Jabari that he says during the debate, Jabari is not a priest of the Medu Neter. Do you know any priest of the Medu Neter? Even when he types so quick to spill his hate, then he makes thousands of, well, not thousands, they're going to say, no, I counted. It's not thousands. He makes so many mistakes to the point where the message can barely be understood. We basically have to translate the messages that Reggie types. Here in the chat. That's the title of the video. FU, Barbarian Reggie's poor methodology. Uploaded 4 months ago. All right? So let me look for the part.
Nobody impressed by that. So just, you know, and it's not threatening because we're on computers.
If we are arguing from a Christian filter, will you?
No,
will
no,
you
I'm
deal
sorry.
with it?
I'm sorry. We're getting besides the points here.
See, for the record, he stated that he is history studied it on the decline. You know,
Tu vois pas que je
how
suis
many
occupé
of
là?
the
Tu vois pas que je suis occupé là?
scholars you name
Va à
do
côté
you
là.
see him with?
Va à côté là.
How
I'm
many
sorry about
times do
this.
you see him with those scholars that him with?
You loves to make noise every time I'm doing something.
You can go if you're
Yeah.
curious to listen to the me for and I'm not saying by me, but you see
Us and then bring out to the public some slip that I made, right? Of
7 shrines and community people. But you see the person, even evil. I am not mad. That's the guy who told me F. I'm gonna look for it and then I'll play it. I'm looking for it right now.
The order, let him talk. Let him talk.
It's fine. If you don't believe me, my source is the Gutenberg, that German dictionary, the most complete dictionary of ancient Egyptian.
I just let.
Now here, Garfield went. He's acting like a woman. You know, Garfield, if we cross path, you're not as old as Reggie, like I told you. And you want to say that? We're gonna see what happened, man. Some people get too comfortable, man. You're one of the greatest female cat ever, and I don't hate you. I wish you well. But disrespecting like that, you know, I mean, when people are far away, they're online, they're so tough, man. They won't show up for a debate. When he was asked a question about Chris Harris, he went silent like a cat. Sanella had to tell him, oh, he's hollering at you. He said, I pass. You know, sometimes when people, they have employees, they pay people, they have people who work for them, they feel a certain way. You know what I'm saying? They feel a certain way. But I don't work for you. I'm not your employee, man. He said woman. So now you will see how much of a pussy cat, how much of a female cat he is. You will hear it because I'm going to ask him, what did you say? And if he was thorough, if he was a man, he would have repeated, I said that. But listen up.
Please just let him talk, Garfield, because you got to let him say his piece.
I asked one question, man. You going back into stuff that we already deal with already.
What did you just say?
Festival.
Nah, this is barbarian Reggie. Reggie said he's not Kemetic, and he behaves like a savage. Monday, black man, now that's what I take it. After I can't see here, I'm not disrespectful.
Ask for a festival.
Yeah, no, I
That
can
was
hear
his
Reggie.
question.
No. In the first place, he's challenging about ISIS being a virgin. Now that has been demonstrated, and he's not putting it up the bag, but I'm not sleeping on it. Now he's like a cult when she is a virgin. You hearing, Reggie? But it's all good. I'm not tripping on that though. Reggie says he wanted the text. I showed the text, and you notice I'm trying to speak. They're all capping. I mean, them. He must have paid them some good money, man. Or he must have, sent some. Let's listen up, man. But you will hear later on. Barbarian Reggie. He's not Kemetic, but he now vibration. It's important, man. Get down. That's how to get down.
Come on, let him talk, and then y'all can respond after he finished. Like, what's up?
Because I blame you. Okay. Garfield, now notice Unc was speaking. So we have Garfield speaking. We have Reggie speaking. We have Unc speaking. And I think Unc was muted by Smash there. You know what I'm saying? But when you talk to these dudes, you interject, they act like you're disrespectful. And I don't know what they are thinking. They might think that they are superior to other people, man. That's why when you say, let's talk equal time, they don't do that stuff. And didn't I tell you, brothers and sisters, before the debate took place, that Garfield is so used to be on his platform and muting everybody that disagree with him, kicking everybody that disagree with him, and he has what many people label an echo chambers. Basically, a bunch of grown men groupies or a bunch of yes men. He cannot hold his own. Stated publicly that Reggie was not helping you for the debate with Jabari. Reggie pulled up. Now, I stop here because we're talking now that he is helping you. So basically, you're saying that Reggie's lying. Garfield. He said yes
to me. That
no, I'm
if
not.
that's
No.
the case, nobody's helping me. That
No, I'm
if
not.
that's the
No.
case,
For the record, maybe you're not aware, Garfield, but Reggie said yesterday that he is helping you. So basically, you're saying that Reggie's lying.
That's fine. But hold on. If Reggie says that, that's fine. So why are we making a big deal out of that?
No, it's not a big. Why are we making a big deal out of that? The dude is lying live on air, but see, people don't care about truth. That's why they don't like my art, because they're used to lie. That's how they live. That's how they eat. They lie, trick, and cheat people and scam people. We have grown men who lie publicly live on air. Why are we making a big deal of it? When they lie, we point that out. They hate us. They disrespect us. But yet they want to mock us for having some beliefs, which is not Abrahamic. Tap dancing Christians, tap dancing for Jesus. That's what they are doing. Let's continue. Big deal. If you don't want to answer, you don't have to, but you cannot just lie to the people like that.
He just
One of
answered.
you two is lying. Which one is lying?
You are lying. You are lying.
You heard Reggie? You're lying. Garfield is caught red-handed lying. Reggie goes, you're lying. That's what hate does to you. Sinai used to say hating is a disease. So those guys lie. They're saying that you're the ones lying. And you're wondering why, as a community, we are at the level we are in. When Osaka once suggested that we do something with Reggie, I said, no, I'm not doing it with Reggie.
Because
hold on, Reggie, hold on.
Okay,
Before
fine.
this conversation goes left, you asked something about Reggie helping me. Is there something else you wanted to ask?
No. Greek.
Greek, but
What I meant, we have contrary respect. Yes, even against me. You meeting God straight them as it down.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a good discourse.
Reggie,
Y'all did that.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a good discourse.
Reggie,
Y'all did that
Reggie,
too.
go ahead. You want to get some things. So now, been more times. And You know, it's a shame. I'm looking for the part where Reggie told me F you. I'm off your chest. So
No, we got to take a step. I'm gonna say an incantation for the brother. I'm gonna say an incantation for the brother.
No, you see, trying to act funny. I'm gonna say an incantation for the brother. You know, that was funny then. Saying nature, that was funny then. Saying Egyptomaniacs, that was funny then. But then when he didn't show up, was it funny then? Oh no, it wasn't funny because he had an emergency, allegedly. And we have some grown man groupies who agree with that. And this dude is now saying that Jabari is running. How can you be a grown man and agree with such a whack narrative? The dude didn't show up, but it's Jabari that's running. But listen to the conversation. No, I don't want to fight. You're the guy who screamed at Jesus. You're the guy who earlier called me a sissy. You know, it's all good. But now, because on top of sighing, on top of going, and then saying that act like woman, he used the term sissy at one point. He's so comfortable, we're far away. I didn't play. He would facing each other. Twisting happens might be bad mood. You are a collator form. So if you like flat speaking about on one bracket, people like something. Now wants to but if I'm in the seat for me, respect and they're gonna platform they can do it now. But Reggie, go ahead, get it off your chest so you know we can get it over with.
Your phone messing up.
Garfield is his daddy now.
Don't do it.
We can get it over with. That's when Reggie's gonna tell me F you. And you will hear why his justification for saying F you.
Your phone messing up, so you might wait till you
don't do it, Reggie. Don't do it.
You going in and out.
Garfield is his daddy now.
Hold on with all that. Hey, so Reggie, do you want to speak your piece?
You can't hear me? My father is deceased. Fuck you.
Did you hear that? But we have Farrakhan saying, frankly, it ain't none of your business. What do you have to do, buddy? Did you teach Malcolm? Did you clean up Malcolm? You just shut your mouth and stay out of it. What the hell business is it of yours? All those things he said after the death of Malcolm X. But I guess because it is not your family member, you don't care. Right? Just like it is not your family member that was tortured by Karenga, you don't care. Just like it is not your family member that was touched on by some grown man, you guys don't care. But you guys are going to lead us somewhere? You grown man groupies? Capping for a dude for Lord knows what reason. Some people say follow the money. If it's not the money, what else could it be? What could be the reason that they are capping so much? If it's not the money, then I guess it's the hate towards people who follow Kemet and Ma'at. They hate people who follow Kemet and Ma'at so much that they don't care if somebody's lying, scamming, molesting babies. I mean, dang, how low can you be? You heard that? He's out. He's making up.
Oh, wow. Oh wow, man! How y'all do all that?
All right, well,
bring up my parents. Fuck you.
I don't think he.
Now the first time wasn't enough. You know, sometimes people, okay, energy. He talking of admit us. It is I'm sure he be and now
he did
new narrative.
He did that, but I don't. He didn't do that, Reggie. You made that up.
You heard what Smash Rockwell did? Now, did somebody tell Reggie that he was wrong for saying that? Nobody told Reggie he was wrong for saying that. Some people get a pass because they are old. I've played the old Hebrews were like, dude. You know what I'm saying? They try to act that they want to deal with scholarship. We've seen Reggie for 40 minutes trying to refute my information on the fly, and after 40 minutes saying, I need to do more research. So now he's mad now. But I'm the one who's wrong because I talked about his parents. He used that word. I talked about his parents, people throw out narratives. Those are the people who are going to lead us somewhere. Have you heard Reggie speaking about the people who were convicted twice for sexual misconduct on children? Have you heard him saying anything? Did he say F you to the people who allegedly touched on babies? Said he did to just brothers, and he's not about period. Agree.
What he said. Let's rewind. That's not what he said.
Let's rewind. That's not what he said.
My daddy. Garfield is my daddy now. That's what he said.
Yeah, that's what I said. And it was not disrespect towards any of Reggie's family member. I shouldn't even need to say that, but they're gonna come up with that narrative. I really doubt that he will have the integrity to say he was wrong about that. Not only was to say narrative was not. I think it's barbarian. All this twice.
Reggie, that's why I say let me talk, Reggie.
So he said it twice, and he had to add another one for the road.
Is my daddy now. That's what he said.
Reggie, that's why I say let me talk, Reggie, because I knew where it was going.
No, but listen,
I'm in
Reggie,
the same situation.
Reggie.
Hold on for a minute, my yacht, relax.
Yeah.
I know
No,
what
I'm
you
cool.
said.
I'm cool. I'm not gonna.
Let me say this.
Yeah,
I'm in
go
the
ahead,
same
brother.
position.
So I wanted to say two times I was going for this. Listen up. Yeah, but calm down.
Y'all just have no idea.
Yeah, but
so he's not listening to us, bro. That's the real point. He got his own shit, his own measure. He don't need us. He talking shit right now. So nobody's helping Garfield. He's not even listening.
Okay,
How about
that's
that?
fine. Nobody's helping Garfield, but he's saying he's with such conviction. He's shouting. So okay, nobody's helping Garfield. No, they're killing the narrative. They were busted. Both of them lied, but they raised their voice. So we should be, oh, okay, you're right. Nobody's helping each other. Nobody's helping Garfield. You're right. Man, please.
Right, so put it on Garfield, not Reggie. Okay. Reggie is doing what Reggie do.
Hold on, wait, you can do a monologue. Did you hear Reggie say that he's helping Garfield? Did you hear him say
that's
that?
Reggie talk. Yeah, we heard, and then we just cleaned it up. That's Reggie talking.
But you cannot clear what Reggie said. He's the one who said it. But
nobody
that's fine.
asked Reggie. Reggie will tell you that man Garfield ain't even listening to me. Actually,
Okay,
I'm not gonna lie to you, my guy.
Okay. I'm capping for Garfield. Did you hear what he said? What Reggie said, he's the one who said it. But
nobody
that's fine.
asked Reggie. Reggie will tell you that man Garfield ain't even listening to me.
So Reggie allegedly says that Garfield is not listening to Reggie. Garfield not listening to Reggie? Are you kidding me? I mean, at some point, some people are insulting our intelligence, man.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie to you, my guy.
Okay, all right, okay. It's
all
all
right,
good.
Cool. We got to the bottom of that one.
I'm
you
gonna
know
say, I'm done with that helping stuff. Reggie, I'm not your enemy. We can eventually, communicate in a better manner. That thing you said earlier, I let that slide. The things that I've said about you, it was in response to what happened. I was put on hold for like 40 minutes plus, and you said I was doing bad methodology. And then after you said you need to do more research. That's why I responded. So I'm not your enemy, but if you start saying that Heru is Greek and that Heru is not the son of Asar, you cannot blame me for disagreeing with that. So that's it for me for now.
That was well said. I don't know if you want to respond to that.
No, wait.
So I didn't trip on him saying that F you stuff. But later on, what happens earlier when you heard me begin to cry.
Don't let him finish, real
of a child. You're showing translation. We're getting. I didn't cry. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We're getting. Now, what happened just there? He went on a monologue, throwing shots. Or if you look at it from a Christian point of view, you know what I'm saying? So some people feel like they can talk forever. So I interjected and listened to his response. I'm sorry. We're getting besides the points here. That we're dealing with interpretation. The translation in the Word of book is a virgin along with maiden. And the text that you're showing, we have the determinative.
Wait, first of all,
we have a determinative of a child. So that's not what I've shown.
First of all,
Shaka, don't let him finish real quick.
Yeah.
How long is it gonna take?
Hey, yo, fuck you,
man. And that don't help. That don't help
but
nothing.
You know, I'm gonna
the
leave.
Cussing out don't help nothing.
No,
ain't nobody impressed by that. So just and it's not threatening because we're on computers.
Yeah. I'm gonna leave. I want to greet everybody. So I decided to greet everybody and bounce because I know me. If I went off, but that's why, for those who wonder why I had several videos going at these individuals. You know what I'm saying? Because after I'm being put on hold for 40 minutes, after I'm being told that I did bad methodology, after he tried to refute my information for 40 minutes, ultimately saying I need to do more work. After they had the Batishon Riparian night talking smack about me, and that guy also disappeared from the face of the earth, just like the Seshu did disappear from the face of the earth. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, all of this because of this female cat. All these people going at me because of that female cat. I mean, dang. What's going on? What's going on? So allegedly, because I said he's his daddy now, and I said the same thing in the opposite way. I told Garfield Reggie's his daddy now because every time I'm trying to speak, somebody else is interjecting. I couldn't even have a conversation with one dude. So can you imagine if somebody would have said what was said about Malcolm X after he died? So where was I? So now Farrakhan indeed is running with Scientology. But even Scientology is cool because those female cats, those 5%ers is NGE. Do you hear them criticizing the alliance with the church and Scientology? L. Ron Hubbard, who was negrophobic, he's on tape making negrophobic statements. Negrophobic means anti-black because sometimes, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be condescending, but for some people, you have to break it down. Because that video excerpt talking about we are marked and disfigured, that the essence of ugliness lies in disobedience and the essence of beauty lies in obedience. Some people apparently don't understand that those are not positive statements towards black people. Wab Funk wrote, Shaka, all I'm saying is if Garfield tries to show that same picture, ask him to show his paper degree. Wab Funk wrote, addressing Donnie Williams, Farrakhan will always drop little jabs at Malcolm's legacy right up until he gave Malcolm's daughter that half AWS apology. And he could barely look at her in the eyes. Everybody could see that. But the grown man groupies. Have you seen a video of John Henry Clark where he called Farrakhan a faker? It's about the Million March. It's online. When there was a question and answers, you see all these grown man groupies. Yeah, but man, cult-like behavior. But Brother Ankh is against cults, right? But he's not against the cult of Garfield. Garfield can lie. Garfield can scam. Garfield can disrespect. All these grown man cheerleaders are making excuses for that. NY State of Mind wrote, is there proof of a GED or is that cap? Lol. Donnie Williams wrote, Monica, part of the squad with all her government contracts. I don't mind if somebody has government contracts. You can work for a private company or you can work for the government. So when it comes to that, I don't have any issue at that. Eric Bond wrote, peace, morning to those in the States and good afternoon to everyone else around the globe. We have the Pharaohtists as well. You see, Goodfella Nella wrote, damn, I need to check your old videos. This is crazy. You know, I don't. Senator is not responsible for people lying or scamming. You know, now he gives people a voice. Maybe he could be more selective, which I have said for a very long time. But that's his platform. He's free to do whatever he wants. You see. But the community has a responsibility as well. When the audience sees people lying, they should call them out on it. Goodfella Nella wrote, have you ever heard a white Roman Catholic say, throw Greek in the garbage? I have never heard that. This guy is dangerous. This guy is dangerous, but he's been like 5 times on Dr. Ma'at's channel. He's been on the. Donnie Williams wrote, cult behavior in action. Oh, that's it. I went through all the comments. So thank you for listening. Now, still nobody out of the 38 people who are now online, and I'm sure many came in and left, not a single person. And you know what? Since it's like that, I think I'm going to stop making exceptions. I'm not just going to have it like that regularly. But when we're going to have our brother Christopher Davis, of course, you will have the line. I mean, it's up to him if he wants to take callers, but I'm sure he'll be happy to take callers. So you'll be able to get on the platform and speak directly. But, you know, it's time consuming to go to those comments as well. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I've been live streaming for 3 hours now, 3 hours and 12 minutes, actually, you know? So it's not an obligation to give financial support, but it helps, you know, because those guys who say throw them into the garbage can and you know that they get so much support, they don't even have to work if they don't want to. You know what I'm saying? And all those guys scamming, all those guys who are cool with people who touch on babies, are they working? I do the 9 to 5. And some people might say, oh, he's greedy. Some people already said he's begging for money. I heard that before. I'm like, okay, it is what it is. But the funny thing is that the people who say that, they just have some usernames. They don't have any account. They are anonymous and unidentified. So it's not necessarily wise to follow anonymous and unidentified individuals, but is it wise to follow female cats? Is it? Now, besides everything that I've said, we've heard what was told towards Seku. You know? But it comes from people who talk about Africa all day, every day. Who's invited someone to talk about African spirituality? Those guys are tap dancing, buck dancing, fence riding. They talk about Africa all day, and then they make some xenophobic statements. And when you call them up on that, I've shared a video when I was on site at the studios. Oh, but no, you can't talk about politics here. Man, if you were wrong, say you were wrong. That's it, man. And some people, because they're old, they think they can just say anything and we're just going to be like, yes, we're going to nod our heads. If you're wrong, you were wrong, and let's keep it pushing. Sekou was told so many xenophobic stuff. There's going to be some change in here. There's going to be some change in here. This will not happen on my watch. This will not happen on my watch. I didn't let that xenophobia happen 10 years ago, over 10 years ago. I would not let it happen now. Those guys are romanticizing lies. Those guys are romanticizing falsehood. Oh, I don't care about his degree. I don't care about the internet beef. All I care about is in the information. But when Jabari speaks, they do care about it though. That double standard doesn't work, man. And the so-called family emergency, people have made it clear, the majority of the audience, of the listeners, of the conscious community, the majority of them have made it clear that they don't believe it. They were used for so many years to say whatever they want, and people believe it. People roll with it. Where now it's not working. They can keep repeating it how much they want, but the people have spoken out. They don't believe that family emergency. Sometimes people lie. They get away with some lies, good or bad, good lies or bad lies. But sometimes you cannot get away with some lies. Why are grown men capping for a female cat? What could be the reason? Have they been paid or have they been threatened? Did they get bitch slap? What could be the reason? Did some people promise them something? Did some people give them something? Who are those people? Is it one person? Why do we have some grown men capping for a female cat who will not even stand on his own, who won't even stand up and show up for a debate? And isn't it funny that all this confusion that we're going through comes from one goddamn female cat? And I understand when Chris Harris says that this dude should be canceled. I understand when he says that. I'm not saying it, but I understand when he says that. Never in the history of the conscious community have we seen a Christian apologist female cat having so many grown men capping for him. And the dude won't even stand up and debate. Sanetta, I'm surprised. I don't know if you're going to listen to that. I'm surprised you still let the female cat on your platform. You know, I mean, at least a little ban for like 3 months or 6 months. Not only he didn't show up, he made you lose money. That affected your credibility. Some people put the blame on you, Sanetta. But you've seen the thumbnail. Jabari showed it to you. He came up with that thumbnail to put the narrative that it was your fault and Jabari's fault. I'm not saying don't be friends with Garfield. But then that's the result of his actions. No repercussions. What is the message that we are sending to the brothers and sisters? You can just create elaborate lies and you'll get away with it. I mean, at least a little 3 months ban would not hurt. So we can have some sanity at least for 3 months, and then after 3 months, then he's gonna, pay off some other female cats, some other groupies, some other grown men children, the groupies, so they can go. Everybody speaks for the female cat, but himself. Everybody speaks for Truckfield. It's strange. How strange? Everybody and their mama speak for him. They're trying to save their squad, but their squad is dead. And I'm talking about the Dagger squad. Amenwa squad, how many members left now? How many members are left? Is the Amenwa squad still in existence? Does it still exist? But no matter what happens, you will all have some people who will say, and I agree with Chris, that kumbaya talk. Oh, but we're all in this together. I told you, some people wait for like 1 million people to be on the same page before they're going to get involved. How many people have read, oh, if you don't get it together, then I ain't going to do nothing. The majority of the conscious community are anonymous and unidentified individuals who will not do anything anyway. But some will act. Some will do work. I haven't been on the internet. All of this because of one female cat. Seku's being disrespected because he's from Africa, and all these guys from the conscious community let that slide. How can you let that slide? Whether it comes from Brother Unc, whether it comes from Brother Reggie, whether it comes from whatever 5%er. Some people, I don't really want to say their names like that because by themselves, they don't have anything popping. You hear about them because they go on other people's channel and platform. Why do you let that slide? What is the justification for letting that slide? The guy who said he hates Africa, I've played the video already. He was on all these social conscious community platforms. People have let that slide a decade ago. The dude literally said, I quote, I hate Africa, end quote. Some people might take that clip, you know. He literally said that. And the conscious community let that slide. And now I'm seeing the same sentiment. But now we have the FBA movement. People want to be on some CMB with all that we got. That guy who documented those Inca stones, or stones from Peru, where you see some Brokeback Mountain activity, he stated, we are all that we got. Africans sold us. You talk about you have all this love for Africa. Africans sold us. It was business deal. They didn't give a F about us. They didn't even send an empty canoe to come get us. He said that. I have the audio. I played it, actually. I played it. So they talk that black talk, they greet by saying black African power, but here's their real sentiment. They don't have that same smoke for the Europeans. Strange. They don't tell the Europeans, go back to Europe. That they're going to tell a brother, an African brother, they're going to tell an African, go back to Africa. If you're wrong, you're wrong. Say you're wrong and keep it pushing. And sadly, many times people are wrong, and instead of just admitting that they are wrong, they keep talking. African reticence is in the place to be. He wrote retarded. And I know he's not talking about me. He's talking about, you know, some of the things I said, some of the behavior, some of the statements from the so-called conscious community. So let me get this straight. We have what we call the conscious community, and people can say, go back to Africa, and it flies. And it flies. I think I'm going to be on less platforms now. I think I'm going to be on less platforms now. And I think we should establish what we are rolling for. Because when people say the information is not precise, people have an agenda. It's clear, it's obvious, and it's been lasting for years. But they make excuses. Oh, all I care about is the information. Yeah, right. People spend so much time talking about he spoke to a mummy, which is false. Then they spend so much time saying he heard a voice, but Elijah Muhammad heard a voice, but that flies. Why? Because Elijah Muhammad was from America? Or because he had many members? What is the logic here? There's no logic in my view. I mean, I don't see any logic in that reasoning. Elijah Muhammad said he was hearing voices for years. Jabari said he thought he heard the spirit, blah, 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 but people translate that as he heard a voice. He said it once. Now there's other time when like there was an appearance or something like that, you know, a vision, just like Paul. So if you want to say he said it twice, in contrast, in comparison, you have Elijah Muhammad who've been hearing voice for years. So now use the tools that you have, brothers and sisters. Every time somebody will talk about this hearing voice stuff, then you can say, just like Elijah Muhammad. But did you have a problem when Elijah Muhammad said that? I mean, don't be some passive observers. Don't be some passive people just peeping, you know what I'm saying, and not saying anything. I mean, at least in the chat, do it. You guys are on all these conscious community chats. I've seen you guys. You know what I'm saying? And if some of you don't mind, you know, On these other platforms, they don't require you necessarily to show your face. So call in and speak. We cannot just be like 3, 4, 5 people speaking for a whole community. Why don't you speak out? Why don't you speak out? Now, for some people, it's just fun. It's entertainment. Sometimes they have popcorns, they have their drink, they're sipping, they're looking, and they're trolling. But for me, this is serious. I started at 22 years old. You have some old fools now, they finish paying their mortgage, you know. So now they get into the information now. Now they put themselves out there. But at 22, they were, you know, on the dance floor. I started at 22 years old. And after all this time and all this effort from 10 years ago, when people were talking about conquered by religion, now what do I see? We go back 10, we 10 years behind now. Now we're here talking about the historicity of Jesus with some writings which are not from the lifetime of Jesus. Tap dancing for Jesus. You ask even PhDs, they tell you we don't have any records. But everybody and their mama who is Abrahamic from the conscious community tell us about some consensus. Some consensus. And they try to clown us, trying to ridicule us. All we asking is, where are the records? You heard Brother Chris that Josephus attestation, Josephus testimonium, you know, something to that effect. That Latin, those Latin words, those Latin terms, it's from the time of Eusebius, like 300 AD, maybe 400, but let's say 300 AD. So all these Christians who say, oh, we have first century others who talked about Jesus. The reference to Jesus is 300 AD, 300 years after the lifetime of Jesus. Are you kidding me, brothers and sisters? And then you want to clown us and ridicule us? So people, you have to stand up now. We have some madness going on. Have you heard the female cat? Right, if I speak to Ankh, and Ankh says, oh, I know Shaka. Isn't that a testimony? What? And that's the best you can come up with, brothers and sisters? Capping so hard for the European belief system? They formalized it. Man, please. That's facts, that's records, that's history. Something 300 years after the fact, 3 centuries after the fact. That's the best you can do. That's the consensus. The consensus for the historicity of this individual is that we have a testimony that dates 300 years after the lifetime of the individual. Badi Ehrman, I'm going to show you. Badi Ehrman, PhD, called Paul a witness. A witness, brothers and sisters. And I think I'm going to end on that. You spend all your time listening to people who do like 8-hour live stream and talking about Jack. Don't hold their own. Tap dancing for Jesus. No records. Have they shown you any records? Have they shown you Josephus' writing? Have they shown you Eusebius' writing? They don't even talk about Eusebius anyway. So where is it? I'm sharing the link in the chat. I have the link in the chat there. That's what's up. Obi-Wan Kenobi became a new member. I thought you were a member already, but welcome and thank you. Is that easy, brothers and sisters? That's $3 a month. $36 per year. Thank you, Obi-Wan Kenobi. We need more people. We are a minority, and they are disrespecting us. They are banging on us. They are banging on us.
I don't believe in old Egyptian gods. I don't believe in that stuff. I wasn't even taught that bullshit, right? I'm the one who bangs against the Comedics. I bang against them and they can't get through me because the gods that they worship, right, were born from another group of thinking, right? So you can't come with me with no goddamn Heru or no other that bullshit. Show it to me in the primary, show it to me in writing, show it to me in the period. You're making the bullshit up.
Now, if some people don't mind, take this excerpt that you just heard, send it to Professor Leonard Jeffries, send it to Professor James Smalls, send it to the name escapes me, but it will come back. Dr. Mario Beatty. Send it to ASCAC. Send it to Dr. Send it to Richetti Amen. And let me know what they've said. Let me know if they approve of that message. It looks like some people are beyond reproach. He dropped names. All the names that he dropped, send them this excerpt and ask them what their stance is about that. And what you just heard, if you bring it up to him, he's not going to say, I was wrong. I did not articulate myself well. He's going to say, oh, what I meant was you don't understand because you have a Christian mindset. It's basically going to tell you that you are wrong, that you did not understand him. So anyway, Bart D. Ehrman, PhD. Some of you may not know about D. Ehrman. So I will show his credentials after. Paul, earliest Christian author. Now that link leads you directly to that part. The book is called Did Jesus Exist? That's how you spell the name of the author, Bart D. Ehrman. The Apostle Paul is our earliest surviving Christian author of any kind. Many readers of the Bible assume that the Gospels were the first books of the New Testament to be written, since they appear first in the New Testament and discuss the life of Jesus, who obviously started it all. Who what? Who obviously started it all. Who what? Who obviously started it all. Jesus started it all. But not one single document that mentions his name during his lifetime. Not even Josephus mentions his name. It mentions the title, Christus. So even if somebody can show us, look, this is Eusebius writing 300 AD, we still don't even have the name Jesus. We have the title Christ. It's like me saying Pharaoh. Which Pharaoh? It's like me saying king. Which king? It's like me saying president. Which president? But let's continue. But Paul was writing some years before the Gospels. His first letter, 1 Thessalonians, is usually dated to 49 CE. His last, Romans, question mark, to some 12 or 13 years after that. So Paul's first letter is usually dated 49 CE. Jesus is said to have died around 33 CE. It is commonly said among mythicists that Paul does not speak about the historical man Jesus and has no understanding of the historical man Jesus. This simply is not true, as an examination of his writings show full well. Apparently, one reason mythicists want to make this claim is precisely that Paul is our earliest available witness. Witness. Writing within 20 years of the traditional date of Jesus' death. Paul is our earliest available witness. What is a witness? Let's go to Webster. Oh, the consensus. Witness. Attestation. I'm going to share it in the chat. Some people don't know how to search for Webster. Boom, you have it in the chat. Here, you have it there. Witness, attestation of a fact or event. In other words, testimony. One that gives evidence. Specifically, one who testifies in a cause or before a judicial tribunal. One asked to be present at a transaction so as to be able to testify to its having taken place. Now, number 4, we have one who has personal knowledge of something. How can you have personal knowledge of Jesus when you never met him? 5a, something serving as evidence or proof. 5b, public affirmation by word or example of usually religious faith or conviction. We even have a point 6 capitalized. When it's capitalized, it is a member of the Jehovah's Witnesses. We're not going to say that Paul was a Jehovah's Witness. The Jehovah's Witness did not exist yet. But the anachronism in the conscious community is flagrant. So who said that Paul is a witness? Bart D. Ehrman. Who is Bart D. Ehrman? I'm sharing the link to Wikipedia. Christian apologists can be slick. Even if they are not Christian apologists, somehow, some way they want to defend this narrative. Because it suits them. It pays. Bart Denton Ehrman, born 1955. Oh, okay, hold on. I don't want to have to move the cursor all the time. So I want to see if it all fits. If I go on full screen mode. Yes, it does. So make sure you go on full screen mode right now. If it's not large enough already. But Bart Ehrman is an American New Testament scholar focusing on textual criticism of the New Testament, the historical Jesus, and the origins and development of early Christianity. So, there is actually, I didn't even know, there's an entry for historical Jesus. They struggled so hard to find the Jesus of the Bible in history that they came up with the historical Jesus. Do we have the historical Spider-Man? Do we have the historical Superman? Or, in other words, do we have the historical Peter Parker and the historical Clark Kent? But let's continue. So he's focusing on the historical Jesus and the origins and development of early Christianity. He has written and edited 30 books, including 3 college textbooks. He has also authored 6 New York Times bestseller. He's the James A. Gray Distinguished Professor of Religious Studies at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. Career. Ehrman was raised in an Anglican family and was originally a member of the Episcopal Church of the United States. As a teenager, he became a born-again evangelical. In misquoting Jesus, he recounts being certain in his youthful enthusiasm that God had inspired the wording of the Bible and protected its text from all error. His desire to understand the original words of the Bible led him to study ancient languages, particularly Koine Greek and textual criticism. During such studies at Princeton, however, he became convinced that there are contradictions and discrepancies in the biblical manuscripts that could not be harmonized or reconciled. I did my very best to hold on to my faith that the belief was the inspired word of God with no mistakes, and that lasted for about 2 years. I realized that at the time we had over 5,000 manuscripts of the New Testament, and no two of them are exactly alike. The scribes were changing them, sometimes in big ways, but lots of times in little ways. And it finally occurred to me that if I really thought that God had inspired this text, if he went to the trouble of inspiring the text, why didn't he go to the trouble of preserving the text? Why did he allow scribes to change it? Now, yesterday I think one Hebrew Israelite said that the Bible is not wrong, that there's no mistakes in the Bible, but let's continue. He subsequently left evangelicalism and returned to the Episcopal Church, where he remained a liberal Christian for 15 years, but later became agnostic atheist after struggling with the philosophical problems of evil and suffering. Ehrman has taught at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill since '88. Now, I think I can stop there. I thought I would talk about his education, but he's a PhD. He's one of the most famous, my bad. He's one of the most famous, let's say, New Testament scholar. I would say biblical scholar. Yet he labeled Paul a witness. How could Paul possibly be a witness? Because of that vision? Thank you very much, Obi-Wan KMB. Thank you for all of you who are in attendance now. All of you have been in attendance before. All the people who followed me 10 years back from the Blog Talk Radio days. All the people who defended me, because there's a few brothers and sisters who have defended me when people are trying to spread that false narrative. Now, if you disagree with me, brothers and sisters, it's fine, but don't come insult me. Don't use profanity towards me and expect me to take it well. I will not take it well. I am not a priest. You guys have taken the wrong habit of disrespecting priests, and because priests have a very peaceful response, you just got comfortable. It doesn't work like that with everybody. If you disagree with me, brothers and sisters, let's dialogue like grown men. I don't mind if you tell me you don't agree with me. I don't mind if you tell me you don't. Even if you say I don't like you. If you say I don't like your hair, I don't like your clothes, I don't like your accent, I don't mind. But let's have a minimum of level of respect. And usually on my platform, that's what we do. But on other platforms, I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's the chemtrails. I don't know if it's the food or the water. I have some people who are different. And I'm being diplomatic. Now, they claim that they follow God, yet you hear how disrespectful they are. There's a lot, there is room for improvement indeed. It's 2023. Let's be scientific, let's be scholarly, and let's be respectful to a minimum level. When I say some things that are not necessarily the most cordial, it's in response to what people say to me. I don't wake up in the morning and say, okay, I'm going to diss him, I'm going to diss her. No. I respond to the disrespect. Now, we have some people who are moderators everywhere and they keep disrespecting. It doesn't bother anybody. I'm like, okay, fine. Those people will lead to your downfall, and then you're going to be like, damn, I should have listened. Several people have testified. They are witnesses. They have witnessed, experienced that they were blocked and they could not even make a donation. And you still allow that to carry on. Fine, do your thing. Fine. See, if I consider some people to be my brothers, my sisters, do you think I will allow my moderators to continuously disrespect you? I will not allow that. So if I am your brother at least treat me like I am your brother. So we basically have one female cat that's causing madness in the conscious community because he's busy tap dancing for Jesus. And we have one red hair moderator that's basically making law on all those platforms. Platforms with thousands of subscribers. And we have a young, juvenile, childish, red-headed lady that's disrespecting grown men. And you guys allow that to happen. And we tell you and you say, oh, that ain't cool. Or if that happened, that ain't cool. Oh, that ain't cool. Oh, I see about that. I speak to her about that. I see about that. How many times does Sanetta say, don't disrespect the guests? To all my mods, don't disrespect the guests. Well, if you see that your mods keep disrespecting the guests, then maybe you could say, well, you know what? Thank you for your services. But that's just a suggestion. I'm not asking anybody to do anything. But in other words, we basically have two person, one male and one female, who's effing up the conscious community. that's what's happening, man. And nothing can be done about it. What can we do? We cannot do anything. Of course, we cannot do anything about this. It's manifest destiny. It's God's will. We cannot do anything about this. What can we do? They are there. They are established. It's their role. It's their job. That's the way it is. We decided. Obi-Wan Kenobi knows some Medunecher. I wish you would have just put the Hotep glyph. Man, all those Kemetic people, man, you put the Hotep glyph, they don't even know what it is. Many Hebrew Israelites who don't know the Hebrew language, you put Yahweh in front of them, they will recognize it. Many Muslims who don't know the Arabic language, you put Allah in front of them, they will recognize it. One female cat and another lady effing up the community. Fine. Suit yourself. That's how you want it. That's how you want to get down. Fine. They're messing up your money. And I'm talking to several people right now. I don't need to say names. They're messing up your money. They're messing up your reputation. They are alienating people from you. They're causing people to no longer go on your platform. They're causing people to no longer participate in the chat. They're causing people to no longer send some donations. So that's less use for you. Some people will unsubscribe. Fine. Suit yourself. But don't come crying later on if something goes bad. Because you see what's happening. If you allow that to carry on, it means you're happy with it. It's nothing new. It's not new. And whoever was blocked, feel free to speak about it. And you know what they say? Oh, crying. Grown men crying. Those people behave in a bad manner. And when you speak about it, they say, oh, crying. Stop crying. There's no other community where stuff like that happens. If you don't do something, you're wrong anyway. If you do something, you're wrong. If you don't say something, you're wrong. If you say something, you're wrong. And on top of saying crying, these people are crying. Stop crying. They're saying snitching now. Oh, he's snitching. He's a snitch. How are you going to let a juvenile, childish lady disrespect grown men and grown women? All of that because they are capping for a female cat. OnlyFans sisters capping for a female cat get to have the power to disrespect people, put them on timer, ban them. We have grown men begging that juvenile, red-headed chick to be cool with them. How ridiculous is that? We have grown men who have to beg a juvenile lady to take it easy on them. And you guys have large platforms, but you can't do jack about. Why is it? Does she have some information about you guys? Does she have some information about you? Is it like some type of Will and Jada stuff? Because many people say, well, Jada must have so much stuff, so much info on Will. That's why she can disrespect him every chance she gets. And he still stays. Maybe it's that. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what it is. There is a reason. I'm wondering, what is the reason? Why do you let that carry on? Why do you cap for a female cat? Why do you cap for a female cat, Christian apologist, tap dancing for Jesus? Why? Did he pay you? Does he have information on you? Maybe we will never know the reason why, but we know it is happening. We are seeing that it is happening. We are witnessing that it is happening. We are documenting that it is happening. And we are in opposition. We are against this behavior, this madness, which lasted for at least 2 years. The dude paid some people of European descent to go against a black man. And that went just like a letter in the post. But when he does it, it gets a pass. Why does he get a pass? Obviously because he has some sort of control over some other grown man. I think there's a lot of dirt going on. I think there's a lot of dirt going on, and that's why they go along with the program. So keep doing your thing, brothers. But as a whole, we are not progressing. You have people who spend so much time of their life, so much money, and that's just my desk. I mean, I could show so much. That's just my desk. So much time, so much money for the books, for the museum trip, for the museum entry. So much time editing the video, going through the making presentation, spending the time. And some juvenile, red-headed chicks is going to disrespect those people who put that effort from at least 12 years ago. At least. Because I can show and prove and document that from 12 years ago like I have done before. I cannot show you the accounts and the videos that were deleted, can I? I can only tell you this is how long I've been doing this. And for those who are curious, this is the website address here. You can look it up and see how the date when it was on. I usually say, April 15, but I think it was, you see that the registering date was April 10 because, I had to make the website, I had to design it, But officially, the date where it was like good to go, that's April 15, 2004. So you spent all those years, you spent over 15 years, but yet grown men allow a red-headed, OnlyFans considering juvenile, disrespectful lady to talk smack about grown men. You put this work for 15 years and you give that much power to a red-headed lady that's going to say to a brother, oh, you are on my odds D. You let that happen, you find that acceptable. That's decorum. That's scholarship. That's being responsible. Oh yeah, Shaka, but we can't do anything. What can we do? She runs the show. She runs us. That young lady runs us. We can't do anything, Shaka. Big T Hotep to you. She wrote, I didn't like it either. I'm going to be on less channels now. And if they are happy, good for them. Everybody's happy. I don't see myself continually going to those platforms where the moderators disrespect me. Batishon tried that. He disappeared from the face of the earth. I guess he's smarter. I guess he's more clever. Now, some people might be like, well, yeah, she disrespected you, but I don't like you. I don't give a damn. If I was the only person that was disrespected, I mean, there's anime. I don't know how you call it in English. In French, we call it Lucky Luke. You probably had that anime in America, right? Lucky Luke. Now in French we say Lucky Luke. That's how we pronounce it, you know. Lucky Luke. Like, you know, the fastest in the West, you know, his whole thing is that, you know, he shoots faster than everybody. But that red-headed moderator, she's the Lucky Luke moderator of the conscious community. She will block you faster than anybody. You know? I think some people have some dirt on them. Their hands are tied. They cannot do anything. They are controlled by some red-headed juvenile ladies who look like the chick looked like she's 17 years old. And she's tired of being poor. But yet she owns properties. And she's considering, or let's say she's down with OnlyFans. My goodness. Future generations will see this. Future generations will see this. You can only imagine the amount of dirt that some people have on them for them to be so passive, so inactive regarding that kind of activity. We have this conscious community that lasted for a while. And somehow, some way, in about like 2 years, the female cat placed himself. Now here we have the top scholars. The female cat placed himself around here. How did he do that? How did he do it? How many of you did he pay? How much did he pay you? Now he paid Richard Carrier. He probably paid other people. Now tell the truth, brothers. He paid you guys, didn't he? Right? He paid you guys, didn't he? Right? Now if somebody gives you a dab and yeah, how you doing? You had a nice talk, you know, you don't want to, you know. But the guy invites you to his house, it's the same. Like, you know, I went to his house, you know what I'm saying? He gave me hospitality. But when the dude pays you, that's something else now. Is he paying you, brothers, on a regular basis? So it's like an allowance. Is it monthly? Is it bi-monthly? Or maybe you don't want to miss on that allowance. If it's not the money, then what else could it be? Does it have dirt on you? I mean, it's amazing to me. All this madness because of one female cat. All this madness. Akidi Omari wrote, Saneda has the worst mods. He even lets Tory moderate. I love but worry about his channel. The people are speaking out, brother. Listen to the people. That red-headed lady who's been disrespecting me, she came on my platform. I did not block her. I put the messages on the screen. But if you talk about somebody else, she's going to block you. She's going to disrespect you. Dang. All these grown men, conscious community members. No, don't talk about track field. No, track field is not there. Don't say anything about him. Man, damn. I mean, some of you are probably Masons, and Masons, some Masons, like you tell them some personal stuff, some secrets. So they have that on you. Some of them bend over, get spanking the booty like this guy here.
Ridiculous Asar Imhotep. First of all, let's get to know Asar Imhotep. Listen for yourself.
Did you go through any kind of hazing process, bro?
No, I pledged. Yes.
Okay, so you went through a hazing process.
No, I pledged. There's a difference.
Okay, so as you went through the hazing process, did they slap you on the ass with a paddle?
Yes, they did.
Oh, okay. So you bent over, you grabbed your ankles, and that paddle was smacking that ass.
Basically.
Okay.
So I don't know if some of you are on tape, bending over, getting spanking the booty, or even worse, because I went through that. I documented that in those fraternities, school fraternities, sometimes they insert objects in the anus. So I could understand if people have that kind of info on you, you don't want to make them mad. Because all they have to say is, hello? You better recognize. Yes, I'm sorry. Hello? Have you forgotten that wild party that we had? We have that on video. You see the movie Think Like a Man? Ari the woman party? Was it Howe Combe? I want to get his name right. I would have played the part, but this is a movie, so I'm gonna get like copyright strike. What's his name? What's his name? Comedian. Corey Holcomb. It's at the beginning of Think Like a Man 2. And he sees Zeke. He says, "Oh, Zeke the freak." Then he says, "This guy is a god, a legend with the ladies. Some of my wildest nights were with this guy right here." Then Zeke's chick, she says, "I can only imagine." She goes, "Oh, you don't have to imagine, baby. We got this on video." So I don't know if you get phone calls and say, "Hey, what's up, yo? You remember that this wild night was recorded?" "Oh, I forgot." "Okay, well, now you know." "Yes, I know. Yes, sir. I understand the message." Click. What is it? What could it be? I guess we will never know. But there is obviously a reason why we have grown men capping for a female cat. There's another movie. I think it is with the lady Charlie Theron or whatever. I think she adopted an African child. She plays in Fast and Furious, one of the Fast and Furious. In that movie, she's running to become president. She gets in a relationship with I think a journalist or something like that. The journalist masturbates at one point. It is on tape. So they use that tape that they acquired to blackmail her. And they tell her, "If you don't get on the program, I'm going to release the tape." So eventually at the end, she tells the people, "Okay, they're trying to blackmail me because of that compromising tape, but I want to tell you, I'm not running the program." So the tape was released eventually, but they were prepared for that. They told the people, and she actually won the elections. Now, this is a fiction. This is a movie. But it's just to tell you that you don't have to remain trapped and controlled by some female cat. and some juvenile red-headed ladies down with OnlyFans. I mean, we're supposed to be warriors. We're supposed to be revolutionaries. We're supposed to be fighters. Can you imagine Bruce Lee? I'm sorry, I can't do anything. You know what I'm saying, I'm controlled by a young lady with red hair. Is considering OnlyFans. Who's tired of being poor? It's a female cat that controls me. Don't you know that Bruce Lee was receiving threats by the mafia? Some people say that's the reason he died. African Renaissance TV wrote, "I'll rock with Assad, though." Well, to each his own. You have the right to rock with one of the greatest plagiarizer ever, and one of the most pseudo person that the conscious community has ever known. For instance,
Allah, and this is where I would disagree with Brother Shaka, is actually in the Egyptian text.
You rock with a guy who says that Allah is in the Egyptian text.
The god Allah is an indigenous African god.
You rock with a guy who says that Allah is an indigenous African god.
In ancient Egypt, Allah is in his full form.
You rock with a guy who says that Allah is in his full form in ancient Egypt.
Heru would be the same thing as Allah.
You rock with a guy who says that Heru would be the same thing as Allah. We might as well say Heru Akbar now.
Hebrews, saying come from and who they are specifically, because based upon my research, these are African people.
The guy you rock with, based on his research, Hebrews are African people.
This is how we know that the Hebrews, first of all, you got to understand that Hebrew is an African language.
The guy you rock with stated that Hebrew is an African language.
In the Ogun book, I go into the linguistics to demonstrate, as we just talked about, how Ogun is Cain and how Abel is the pastoralist in this thing, but how Abel relates to the word Fulani.
You rock with a guy who said that Ogun is Cain.
Your Fulani people, your Afar people, your Avriga people, these are your original quote-unquote Hebrew. Now, it is my argument in terms of the Judaic tradition that these were disgruntled ancient Egyptian priests who had a different ideology, a different way of understanding something. They just didn't agree with the general consensus in Egypt and decided to create their own thing. That's why there's so many similarities between the two systems. And the more you understand about the language being used, you know that this comes from the same tradition. Now, it is my argument in terms of the Judaic tradition that these were disgruntled ancient Egyptian priests.
In terms of the Judaic tradition, these were disgruntled ancient Egyptian priests.
Then when you do a linguistic analysis, you understand that the Hebrew language is cognate with the Yoruba language.
The guy you rock with said that when you do a linguistic analysis, you understand that Hebrew is cognate with Yoruba. I mean, it deserves that we hear it again.
Then when you do a linguistic analysis, you understand that the Hebrew language is cognate with the Yoruba language.
But it's not against you, my brother, African Renaissance TV, because you're not the only one who rock with him. There's a few people who rock with him. It's about 10 or 20.
Fly in English is the same word, except we don't have the prefix sound in there, in the word fly. And so the word, the phoneme R is now L in English, and the P sound is F, in English. It's just simply the word. It's a very old word. It's all in Indo-European. It's in every African language.
All my life, I have to try to remain fly.
What I'm telling you is that the Hebrews existed in North Africa, in Egypt. They existed in Somalia. They exist in Senegal. They exist in Mauritania. They exist. They even exist Minoa and Minoa Crete. You can read Dr. Yosef Ben Levy's article on the Hyksos, and he provides some very good information on who the Hyksos were. But as far as black is concerned, I wouldn't deem them black folks. But your Hebrew, original Hebrews, yes, because linguistics and the historical records say so. And you still have Hebrews. Fulanis are black as hell. The Afar are still black as hell. Your Abororos are still black as hell.
So African Renaissance, just like me, finds it funny. And he wrote, talk to him about his info then. Well, you're the one who rock with him. I don't rock with him. Before your information, I talked to him about his BS. I did. It's documented. It's on my channel. I did tell him that he's a fraud. Akidi Omari wrote, we have to recognize the difference between the conscious community and the conscious community. The conscious community is a virtual gathering of individuals. It's not an organization. There's no clear defined philosophy or way of life. And that's it. Now, I'm not done yet with the anthropological linguist and historian.
Alrighty. As mentioned before, I go by the name of Asar Imhotep. Some others may know me by Ifa.
But I will do this other one first.
As you said, I am Asar Imhotep. I am first and foremost, I'm a computer software programmer and linguist and historian of ancient Egyptian and Bantu studies. And I'm happy to be here on your show.
So you heard it? Linguist, historian, but there, historian, anthropological linguist, and so many other things.
Alrighty. As mentioned before, I go by the name of Asar Imhotep. Some others may know me by Ifa Muyiwa Fagbimi in terms of my Yoruba name. I am a historian and anthropological linguist, an artist, poet, photographer, music producer, soon to be filmmaker, and a host of other things I like to dabble in seriously.
But on top of that, he also studied physics.
Between a law in linguistics and a law, for example, physics, is that with a law.
Are you a physicist? Do you study physics, for example?
I do study physics and I study science. And so,
okay. Have you studied linguistics formally?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
He has studied linguistics formally as well, And what did he say about Yoruba and Akan?
Not only that, but he hasn't done a reconstruction for Middle Egyptian.
I understand.
And I'm saying that is an incorrect and it's not a very good order of operations. So you're going to.
I don't see a reconstruction of Yoruba in your work or Akan.
How would I reconstruct Yoruba and it's spoken right now? How does that make any sense to you?
Because that's my.
And after that ridiculous statement, he was salty, but hurt. So years later, he dissed Dr. Obadele Campbell.
Cambone is not in conversation with the authors of the text. It's not like he is trying to teach them how to improve. It's like it's like he's at the overall tone of the text is like he's at a barbershop and he's just shooting the ish with some friends and on how he don't like so and so and how this text is bullshit. basically, right? Is he's not having a conversation with Professor Kwame Osei or Salim Faraji or Jahi Issa. Is not in the tone of a dialogue, and because of that, that's why he doesn't. It just comes off as just complaining, or like a woman venting about her day at the job.
So you heard the terms that he used? He compared Dr. Obadele Campbell to a woman venting after her day at the job. Dr. Obadele Campbell is a PhD in linguistics. He's a professor at the University of Ghana, Accra, Ghana. Asahimo Fake is not a PhD. Till this day, I'm not aware of any peer-reviewed work, but yet he critiques a peer review critique of a PhD. The nerves. Now you understand why you have some female cats who think in their brain that with their squad they can equal real scholars, and we have seen the result. The crucifixion of the female cat leader of the zombie squad after talking all that talk for 2 years straight. I'm going to win. I'm going to destroy Jabari. Blah, 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 blah. And then he's a no-show. We've seen that female cat having discussions. He sounds ridiculous all the time. All the time he had a discussion with Jabari, he sounded ridiculous. Getting agitated. Like this one right here.
Come on, bro. Why you can't be banned for 1 day? Jesus. Oh, man.
And then he calls for help from Jesus. He's not a Christian. He's calling for help from Jesus.
Resurrected Christ.
Guys, I'm out. On that, it's over.
They didn't. Brothers and sisters, this female cat is causing all this madness in the conscious community. That was a few months before the debate. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Who gassed him up? Who gassed up Asahimo Fake for 10 years straight? Over 10 years. And I'm not angry at you. I appreciate you saying what you think. I appreciate you sharing your opinion. But African Renaissance TV wrote, you and Asar got some personal stuff, or clearly. How is this personal? When he says that Allah is in the Egyptian text, how is this personal? I've always been against falsehood, whether it comes from atheists, Christians, Muslims, Jews, Hebrews, Israelites, 5%ers, Scientologists, Kemetic people, followers of Kemet, followers of Ma'at. I have always been against falsehood. But that's the narrative. That's the narrative. Oh, that's personal. That's some personal stuff. That's some internet beef. That's the narrative. So basically, those guys are critic proof. They are being as pseudo as they can be. And when you call them out on them being pseudo, then they say, oh, he has something personal against me. That's no scholarship, it's personal. The dude said that Allah is in the Egyptian text, that Allah is an indigenous African God, that Heru will be the same thing as Allah, that Hebrews are African people, that Hebrew is an African language, that Ogun is Cain, that Hebrew is cognate with Yoruba. How is that personal? Please tell me. How is that personal? Please. Please. I'm just curious. Just tell me, how is this personal? I'm just curious, honestly. And I'm not mad at you. You're one of my supporters. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you supporting me. But can you tell me how that is personal? I'm not even talking about the fly stuff. I'm gonna, I'm gonna, I'm gonna do him a solid. I ain't gonna. Now, brothers and sisters, feel free to. I mean, it's only the supporters who can participate in the chat. But here, Tazy SZL wrote, "Wow, Shaka, I am shocked by what Farrakhan is saying. I do not think I've seen that video before." Yeah, but he's a French speaker. He probably knows about the French Pan-Africans. None of them criticize that. Le sèche-cheveux, il critique pas ça. Le sèche-cheveux, il a dit qu'il a l'intention d'inviter le représentant de la nation islam en France. Tous les Panafricains lèchent les bottes de Farrakhan. Quasiment tous. C'est pour ça que je les surnomme panafricains. Parce qu'en plus de ça, il défend des violeurs et pédophiles. But anyway, he wrote, "These people are sick to their core." Well, they call it supreme wisdom. They call it knowledge. They call it information. The red-headed moderators would not disrespect the people who say that. Yeah, hold that to you. So African Renaissance, I'm not going to put you on the spot. It's clear that you don't want to answer. But if somebody has an answer in the comment section, please tell me how that is personal. Once again, when Asahim Ofek says that Allah is in the Egyptian text. Now he said it a while ago, yes, but he has not recanted. Oh, you speak French, Pan African African Renaissance TV? Okay. So he has not recanted. And Asahim Ofek is so silly that when I spoke with him, when Smash Rockwell and I destroyed Hujawa and Asahim Ofek, I told him, you used to teach that the Hebrews are black people, but you changed your stance. And he was so silly that he acted like, oh, no. I will have to play it, but it would take some time again. But I have it on my channel. Smash has it on his channel. The original video is on Smash Rockwell's channel. And I told Smash, it's not the, I think I forgot the exact word that I used, but I said, I'm not saying that it's the greatest video ever, but it will go down in history. And indeed, 10 years of falsehood crushed in one live stream. The dude is so silly that because I pointed out that he changed his stance of the Hebrews being black, he didn't want to admit it. So he you have to, then he stated again that yes, they were black. So silly. So, and you know what? For you, because again, I have to document that. So I will just share the link. I will just share the link. So you can hear him. You know what will be good? Is if I have the, and I'm going to listen to see if I have it at the beginning. For the benefit of the court, for the benefit of the jury, I present Exhibit A. Were Hebrews black or white? Tale of a flip-flopping transformer. African Renaissance TV wrote, it just seems like a lot and long time for y'all have not had a sit down. What would have a sit down with a pseudo? It's like when Wujau, that I respect, had a nice conversation for 3 hours. I told him I don't read pseudo. I don't read science fiction. When he asked me about reading Asahim Ofek's book, Wujau asked me for my address. He said he would send me the book, their book. He didn't send it. It's fine. I ain't mad at him. And in the conscious community, many times people come and say pseudo stuff, and people are, oh yeah, but maybe. And I'm sorry, no disrespect to Walter Williams. I respect Walter Williams, But the claim that the meta-nature has not been ciphered is pseudo. And what do people do? Yeah, but maybe if you look at it this way, if you look at it that way, but maybe there's too much metaphysics going on in the conscious community. That's why every time something sounds pseudo and far-fetched, people are attracted to it. And some people have realized that, and they're like, okay, since the pseudo stuff works, I'm going to say some pseudo stuff, and then people are going to holler at me. And as a matter of fact, since it's some pseudo stuff, there's some stuff that they made up. So who's best to break down the stuff that they made up? African Renaissance is from Senegal. All right. All right. Don't say it too loud. They're going to tell you, go back. Because you look down on us. If I recall, most of the Africans that make those marks on their face were doing it to make sure that they are recognized and that everyone knows which tribe they belong to. So let me see if I can have the stuff from the beginning. I won't be long, just checking quickly. I found it. Seek and you shall find. Oh no, I know you know Seku. You know Seku has a username Seku. You know. But what would you say? I will cuss you out. Seku is from Liberia, if I'm not mistaken. So let's listen to the flip-flopping dude. But we heard him before. He definitely. So if I go back and talking, brother.
If you consider, if you do the work that these people,
you showed them
black or not.
Yes, and when I asked you if they were, I know you're long-winded.
Let mine go. Go ahead, mine.
Didn't you say that they were Hebrews and Kemet?
Yes, there were Hebrews and Kemet.
Hold on. And when I asked you if they were black, what did you reply?
Why would I ask if they were black? I don't know if they were black.
Okay. Oh, now he doesn't know now. Now he doesn't know. But we heard him before. He definitely said they were black, you know. And for those who wonder,
Hebrews, you know, saying come from and who they are specifically, you know, because based upon my research, these are African people.
Hebrews are African people, but now he doesn't know. Now it's flip-flopping. Yes, the video is there. You said they were black, and not long ago, a few months ago, you came to your senses and you showed depictions of Hapiru, because you said that the Hebrews were Hapiru, that linguistic acrobatics, that linguistic gymnastics. So the Canaanites, the Hyksos, the Amu, the Asiatics, you showed them and you said this is what you call white folks. I have you on record, you know. So and
yeah,
you also
but
said,
you don't have.
Let him finish.
No, you're not going to twist my words.
Okay, you heard the dude. You're not gonna twist my word. You see, it's problematic when people make statements publicly. You quote them. I'm telling the guy you're on tape, but he's not even owning up to his own statements, and then he's gonna try to, you know, bug dance around the issue.
No, you're not going to twist my words. Look, you can hear stuff, but I can't make you comprehend. I've already said that these people are a hybrid people. That you had Africans who settled in that.
Now he's talking about they were hybrid
area. Listen. I know you can. I have given this lecture. I don't know how many times over how many years. I know what I said.
And that's the same thing that, you know, Wesley Muhammad told me when I addressed him, because we spoke on the phone, you know, for the debate that I accepted when he challenged me. And when I brought up the fact that he said, if you want to say that Muslims have, I said, no, he didn't say that. I had many different techniques from,
Consider
was not our conversation. That's
and
fine.
so, and I said, if you,
I was like, I made that lecture so many times, whatever. And at one point, you hear me say, the lecture was not our conversation. That's
and
fine.
so, and I said, if you consider, if you do the one drop rule, they would be black. What you're not going to do is try to change my words because you.
When did I change his word? I've played the audio. I did not change his word. It's not owning up to what he used to teach. You
can't understand. You see how when you can't handle one area, you try to change the subject into something else.
Mute out when you finish, Asar. Just mute when you finish, Asar. We're gonna wait for him to finish.
Now,
mute when you finish, Asar, please.
Asar Imhotep said that Allah is in the Egyptian text. Didn't you say that, Asar Imhotep?
I said the cognate for Allah, and that Allah is a borrowing from.
See, I said the cognate for Allah. Now, for those who don't know, man, then they will do the
Egyptian.
I have
a whole chapter on it. You can read it in the book. Cite my source. Cite my book.
You're lying. That's a shame.
How am I lying? The book came out in 2020.
Listen, I'm not talking about the
book. And my video is based on the book.
I'm not talking about no. The guy's saying he's and you see, I made him all through. Allah is. No, we were talking, brother. You said Allah is an Egyptian text. That's what you said. I have you on tape.
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you.
Just
now he did now because I reminded him what's up. Now he did now.
Like you don't understand language
and he said just like air, and that's the same. Dr. He said that
linguistics
is Allah. Oh boy.
In linguistics.
Just like air, but didn't you go back and forth with Wesley Muhammad talking about Ra is not Allah or something like that? So you've changed
yes, Ra is not Allah, but Allah is found in Egyptian text.
Okay,
this is what I mean. You don't.
He's just.
Yes, I know you don't read because you don't know the argument.
Hotep. I've watched you up 11 years ago. Are you?
No, but you haven't read a damn thing. That's the problem. Read.
I read
the text. I write the full argument so that nobody can misconstrue. Cite my text.
Do you have a?
Do you want the page numbers and the stuff that I argue? Read the.
You see how it's used.
And don't try to halfway listen.
Start your line so we can start going over there,
Do you have a degree in linguistics?
If you can. We can migrate.
I have a degree in computer science, and we deal with linguistics.
Do you have? Notice I asked on it. From A to Z. Once they get up saying no. So you don't have a degree in linguistics. You don't have a degree in linguistics. So for years,
Christopher Eyre don't have a degree in linguistics too.
Christopher Eyre don't.
You see? Now, Ujawis if they're trying to save his daddy.
Don't have one. Joseph Greenberg.
Joseph Greenberg.
Theophilo Benga doesn't have a degree in linguistics.
Yeah, that Theophilo Benga doesn't have a degree in linguistics, and I have already demonstrated that on the San Francisco's university website, if I'm not mistaken, but I've made a whole video about that. They list the degrees in linguistics that Theophilo Benga has. So, in order to camouflage, in order to make up for the fact that he doesn't have any any degree in linguistics, because he claimed to be a linguist for many years. Now he's a cultural theorist and software developer and Africana researcher. But for years, some of you might have not known him then. At one point during that discourse, he said, "You don't understand linguistics." But for many years, he claimed to be a linguist. So in order to make up for the fact that he doesn't have any degree in that field that he claims, now he wants to drag Theophilo Benga. I mean, those guys, they are, and I hope as soon as so themselves says that
linguistic analysis.
Brothers and sisters, ask any linguist if
Hebrews
understand.
Benga doesn't have a degree in linguistics.
You'll be fraudulently claiming.
Hold on. Do you accept Obinga's?
Man, you gotta let him finish though, Saul, but I ain't trying to be muting you. Just
do you accept Obinga's linguistic argument?
Saul was drinking tonight, blood. You normally be having your decor, blood. Why you gonna let him say what he gotta say?
Listen. Do you accept Theophilo Benga's linguistic argument?
Saul been drinking. Shout out to my brother.
Listen. Did you? I can't. All of y'all are talking. I didn't hear his answer. Do you accept?
Stay safe.
Now he wants my answer, but when I ask him if he has a degree in linguistics, he's not answering. He said I have a degree in computer science, and we deal with linguistics, man. Please, man.
Theophilo Benga's linguistic argument.
Blood, you got. I'm sorry you can't hear him because you keep talking. He trying to talk and you talking right over him, blood.
No, I'm asking him the question. Y'all were talking, and he
I was trying to bring some type of order
back.
because you extra hype tonight. What's up tonight? We caught you on a bad night. Like you normally be. This is a song. And now you just extra hot. Let him say a word at least, brother. I don't want to mute you. Like, just let him speak. You ain't letting him speak.
I just asked a simple question. Do you accept Theophilo Benga's linguistic argument?
You are not a linguist. You've been lying. You're a fraud. Thank you. Goodbye. It's a red flag when you ask someone a question and the person answers with a question. Sometimes it's obvious that people don't want to give an answer to a particular question. They try to dance their way around it. They're trying to be evasive. I'm known for getting right to the point, straight to the point. I'm not here to accommodate you. Doesn't mean that I hate you or dislike you. I asked you this question. Now, if you don't want to answer, say, I don't want to answer. Or say, I don't have an answer. Or say, I don't know. But it's very difficult with me to bug dance around a question. Some people are not seasoned. They ask a question. The other person is seasoned. Is going to end up asking a question that you are the one who needs to answer. And they don't even realize it. Some people have good information. But when it comes to debating, they are not on point. They are just not on point. They let people change the narrative. You know, I'm telling you. Sometimes I hear people debate, and I'm like, oh my goodness, man. You know? Because some people have information. They can convey this information very well in writing, or very well while having a lecture or a presentation. But when it's time to debate, they are not seasoned at all, or they're just not skilled enough for them. They'll end up doing the dance of their opponent, you know? So we have those so-called master teachers. That's the female cat's master teacher. The female cat said it himself on his own platform. Since he heard his master teacher claiming credentials that he doesn't have, then he probably said, well, I'm going to do the same. I'm going to say I have a bachelor's degree in history. Anyway, stay safe, stay healthy. If I am allowed to by the nature, I will definitely holler back at you. If you are not part of the solution, you are part of the problem. I don't argue, I state facts. Do I to do a hotel. Now, for the record, for those who don't know, I'm giving middle nature classes. And here, that's the flyer. Okay? So, those who are interested, feel free to holler at me. If you're not interested, it's cool. But I recommend that everybody who has not yet seen the video, Kemet and Ma'at, Before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, then watch it. It has about 300,000 views and really deserves to have a lot more.
I just want to let everyone know who's listening in now and who's going to listen to this stream in the future. I just had my first Meta Nature class by Brother Shaka today, and I've had other meta-nature lessons by other teachers, and I can tell you right now, the brother is the best in the game. He is, that was one of the best classes I've ever had, ever. So if you're interested in learning the meta-nature, if you're interested in getting the basics of it, Brother Shaka is an awesome teacher. Get with him, and it's extremely affordable. This brother is giving us his time and his skills, and he's basically giving it away. I mean, I just consider it a donation. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody's interested in learning the meta-nature, get with this brother right here. He's an awesome, awesome, awesome teacher. And I'll end with that.
Hotep Senu, Hena Senut. This is Julie, also known as Servant of Yah, and I'm currently taking the Medu-Netia classes with Brother Shaka, and it has been an amazing experience. Only 2 lessons so far, and I feel like I've been taking the classes for months, just with the how in depth he goes into the vocabulary words, the construction of the language, the grammar. It's been immeasurable, the experience. And one thing that comes across, hands down, is his extreme passion for teaching this to anyone who is willing to learn and has an interest in learning. So I highly suggest, if you are interested, even a minimal interest, that you subscribe to the classes with Brother Shaka. It's such a nominal amount for how much you get. I know, like, our last class was over 2.5 hours. It felt like 2 minutes, but because that's how, involved you are in what he's teaching and how he teaches and how compassionate he is about what he teaches. Also with sharing materials free of charge, no question, no doubt. It's just what he does. He doesn't have to, but he does. And so I just wanted to give a short testimonial about the class and the effectiveness of the class, and all of that is attested to how studied Brother Shaka is. So I highly recommend anyone with a minimal interest that you do sign up for the Medu-Netia class. Hotep.
Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, which is Ma'at Forever. Don't forget to watch the video entitled Kemet and Ma'at. Don't forget to share Kemet and Ma'at on my channel on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, or other social media that you use. Email, text messages, you name it. Those who wish to donate can do so on paypal.me/ma'atforever.